Hey, amazing viewers! Thanks for clicking on Fanfic Universe. Today's special feature is what if Lord Harry Potter used his 15 ancient rings to bankrupt every pureblood family that supported Voldemort. Your support through likes, shares, and subscriptions helps us reach more story lovers around the world. Thank you for being part of this community. Now, let's escape into this wonderful story. Chapter 1, Heritage of Vengeance. The summons arrived by owl on a dreary Tuesday morning, 3 months after the Battle of Hogwarts. Harry had been staying at the Burrow, trying to piece together what remained of his life after the war, when the regal eagle owl swooped through the kitchen window and dropped a heavy parchment envelope sealed with gold wax directly onto his breakfast plate. "Blimey," Ron said through a mouthful of toast. "That's a Gringotts official seal." Harry turned the envelope over in his hands. The parchment was thick, expensive, and addressed to Lord Potterblack, in flowing script that somehow seemed to shimmer under the morning light. "Lord?" Harry frowned. "Since when am I a lord of anything?" Hermione lowered her copy of the Daily Prophet. "Actually, I've been meaning to talk to you about that. The Potter family was part of the Sacred 28 before your grandfather married a Muggle-born witch. And you inherited the Black estate from Sirius, which would technically make you Lord Black as well." Harry broke the seal with his thumb. "Well, apparently Gringotts wants to discuss it. They're requesting my presence today at 11 o'clock sharp for," he squinted at the formal language, "a comprehensive inheritance assessment and estate review. You should take Bill with you," Arthur suggested, joining them at the table. "Goblins can be particular about these matters. Having someone who works with them might smooth things over." Harry nodded, remembering their break-in just months before. "Good idea. I'm probably not their favorite person right now." "I doubt they're thrilled," Bill said as he entered the kitchen, clearly having overheard. "But goblins respect power and wealth above all else. If you're being addressed as Lord Potterblack, there's more at stake here than a simple apology." 4 hours later, Harry sat across from a stern-faced goblin named Nagnok in a private conference room deep within Gringotts. Bill stood behind him, a reassuring presence as the goblin arranged a series of folders on the marble table. "Mr. Potter," Nagnok began, his voice gravelly. "Your presence has been requested due to extraordinary magical circumstances that have come to our attention since the death of the wizard known as Lord Voldemort." Harry raised an eyebrow. "Magical circumstances?" "Indeed." The goblin opened the first folder. "As you may or may not be aware, the wizarding world operates under ancient magical laws regarding conquest, inheritance, and magical right. When you defeated Tom Marvolo Riddle, also known as Lord Voldemort, you triggered a cascade of magical inheritance claims." Bill leaned forward. "What kind of claims are we talking about?" Nagnok's thin lips curled into what might have been a smile on a human face. "The most significant transfer of magical estate holdings in recorded history." The goblin spread out a series of documents. "Mr. Potter, through birth, bequest, and conquest, you have claim to 15 ancient magical houses." Harry felt the blood drain from his face. 15. "Potter and Black, you were already aware of," Nagnok continued, seemingly enjoying Harry's shock. "But magical conquest has granted you the Slytherin and Gaunt estates through your defeat of Riddle. Additionally, your mother's sacrifice and your subsequent victories have activated dormant magical claims to the Peveril and Gryffindor lines." "Gryffindor?" Harry whispered. "That's impossible." "Blood doesn't lie, Mr. Potter. The remaining 9 houses are lesser known but equally ancient: Flammel, through your protection of the stone; Ravenheart, Silverbane, Winterwood, Dawnrose, Emberforge, Stormcaller, Nightshade, and Moonshadow, all connected through complex magical lineages that our records show have converged upon you." Bill whistled low. "I've never seen anything like this. Most ancient families would kill for just one of these titles." "Many have," Nagnok said dryly. "Which brings us to the matter at hand. Each house has its own vault, properties, investments, and most importantly, its own lordship ring. The goblin produced a large wooden box from beneath the table and placed it ceremonially between them. The dark wood was inlaid with gold and silver runes that seemed to pulse with magic. These rings were returned to Gringotts upon the activation of your claims. They contain powerful magic, Mr. Potter. Magic that has been dormant for generations in some cases. Harry stared at the box, feeling a strange pull toward it. What happens if I accept them? You will become the most politically and magically influential wizard in Britain, Bill answered before Nagnock could. These aren't just fancy jewelry, Harry. Each ring grants the bearer access to family magic, political power, and in some cases, unique magical abilities. Nagnock nodded. Mr. Weasley is correct. The combined wealth alone would make you the richest wizard in Europe. The political power would grant you 15 votes on the Wisengamot, nearly a controlling interest. And the magical implications. The goblin paused. Those are less well documented. Harry ran a hand through his hair. This is too much. I don't want this kind of power. Whether you want it or not is irrelevant, Nagnock said bluntly. The magic has chosen you. If you refuse, the rings will simply wait until you change your mind or die and pass to the next eligible heir, which, given the current state of magical bloodlines, could be generations away. Bill placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. Take some time to think about it. This isn't a decision to make lightly. Harry stared at the box, thinking of all those who had died in the war. Sirius, Remus, Tonks, Fred, Colin, and so many others. Then he thought of those who had caused their deaths, the Death Eaters and their supporters who had escaped justice through money and influence. What if, Harry said slowly, I used this inheritance to go after the people who supported Voldemort? The ones who bought their way out of Azkaban or claimed Imperius? Bill's grip tightened on his shoulder. Harry, no, hear me out. Harry leaned forward. Most of the Death Eater families are old pureblood lines with money and political connections, right? What if I use these lordships to strip them of their power? Not through violence, but through their own system, banking, politics, business. Nagnock's eyes gleamed with sudden interest. A financial war against the remaining pureblood supremacists. Most unusual. Gringotts would, of course, remain neutral in such matters. Of course, Harry said. But you'd still collect your fees on all transactions. The goblin's mouth stretched into a genuine smile now, revealing pointed teeth. Indeed we would, Lord Potter. Harry took a deep breath and nodded toward the box. Then I accept my inheritance. All of it. Nagnock opened the box with a small golden key. Inside, nestled in dark velvet, lay 15 rings of various designs and materials. Some were simple bands of gold or silver, while others were elaborate creations set with gemstones and intricate engravings. Each ring must be accepted individually, Nagnock explained. The magic will judge your worthiness. Harry reached for the first ring, a simple gold band with a small ruby that he somehow knew belonged to the Potter family. The moment his fingers touched it, warmth spread through his body, and the ring seemed to mold itself to his finger as he slipped it on. Knowledge flooded his mind, generations of Potters, the family history, properties in Godric's Hollow and elsewhere. He could feel the ring's magic integrating with his own, strengthening his innate talent for transfiguration. The Potter ring accepts you, Nagnock intoned formally. One by one, Harry claimed each ring. The black ring, silver with onyx inlays, settled on his finger with a chill that quickly turned protective, enhancing his mental defenses. The Peveril ring, which Harry recognized with a shock as the resurrection stone he dropped in the forest, reappeared whole, its cracked stone mended, offering subtle control over life and death magics. The Slytherin ring, a serpentine band of silver with an emerald, fought him briefly before submitting, granting him true Parseltongue abilities independent of Voldemort's soul fragment. The Gryffindor ring, bold gold with a roaring lion, filled him with courage and enhanced his already formidable defensive magic. Each of the remaining rings brought new knowledge, abilities, and power. By the time Harry placed the 15th ring, Moonshadow, a delicate band of what appeared to be solidified moonlight, on his finger, he felt fundamentally changed. The rings had disappeared from sight, but he could feel them all, a weight of responsibility and power that hummed beneath his skin. "It is done," Nagnox said, closing the now empty box. Lord Potter Black Peveril Gryffindor Slytherin Flammel Ravenheart Silverbane Winterwood Dawnrose Emberforge Stormcaller Nightshade Gaunt Moonshadow. "Just Harry will do," he said automatically, then straightened in his seat as the full implications settled in. "I'll need complete information on all my holdings, and how they intersect with the finances of known Death Eater families." Bill was staring at him with a mixture of awe and concern. "Harry, are you feeling all right? Taking on this many magical lordships at once, it's unprecedented." Harry nodded, surprised at how clear his thinking felt. The rings had brought not just power but focus. "I'm fine. Better than fine, actually. For the first time since Voldemort died, I know exactly what I need to do." Nagnox snapped his fingers, and a team of goblins entered with stacks of ledgers and folders. "Your complete financial portfolio, Lord Potter. We've taken the liberty of organizing them by family and business sector." Harry spent the next 3 hours reviewing his newfound wealth and influence. The sheer scale was staggering: properties across Britain and Europe, investments in both magical and muggle businesses, controlling interests in everything from potion ingredient suppliers to racing broom manufacturers. Most importantly, he identified key vulnerabilities in the economic foundations of Voldemort's former supporters. The Parkinson family, he discovered, controlled the primary shipping network for magical goods throughout Britain, a monopoly that supported dozens of pureblood families through preferential rates and partnerships. "This," Harry said, tapping the Parkinson financial statement, "is where we start." Bill, who had remained at his side throughout, frowned. "The shipping network? That's the backbone of magical commerce in Britain." "Exactly," Harry said. "And through Flammel Imports and the Black family shipping fleet, I could establish a competing network within weeks, undercut their prices, and break their monopoly." "You'd trigger a financial panic," Bill warned. "Dozens of businesses depend on that network." "Not a panic," Harry corrected. "A controlled restructuring. We'll offer partnerships to businesses not connected to Death Eaters. The others can adapt or collapse." Bill studied Harry's face. "This isn't like you, Harry. You've never been interested in this kind of calculated revenge." Harry met his gaze steadily. "Maybe it should have been. How many Death Eaters walked free after the First War because they had money and influence? How many will escape justice this time because of the same advantages?" He shook his head. "I'm not going to kill anyone, Bill. I'm just going to make sure they can't use their wealth to hurt people anymore." Before Bill could respond, the conference room door opened, and a tall goblin entered. "Lord Potter, there's someone here requesting to speak with you on an urgent matter." "A Miss Greengrass." Harry frowned. "Daphne Greengrass? From Slytherin?" "Yes, my lord. She claims to have information regarding the Parkinson family that would be of immediate interest to you." Harry and Bill exchanged glances. "How could she possibly know what we're discussing?" Bill asked. "Only one way to find out," Harry said, nodding to the goblin. "Send her in." Daphne Greengrass entered the room with the poise of someone raised in pureblood society. Her blonde hair was pulled back in an elegant knot, and her deep blue robes were clearly expensive but understated. What surprised Harry most was the tension around her eyes. She was afraid, but hiding it well. "Potter," she said with a slight nod. "Or should I address you by one of your new titles? News travels fast in certain circles." Harry gestured to an empty chair. "Harry is fine. What's this information you have about the Parkinsons?" Daphne sat down gracefully, keeping her back straight and her hands folded in her lap. "Before I share what I know, I need assurances. My family remained neutral during both wars, but that doesn't mean we're safe from whatever you're planning." "And what exactly do you think I'm planning?" Harry asked carefully. A hint of a smile touched Daphne's lips. The goblins don't call an emergency meeting for the acceptance of 15 lordship rings unless something unprecedented is happening. The magical disturbances were felt throughout Diagon Alley. And I know you, Potter. You wouldn't take this kind of power without intending to use it. Harry leaned back, reassessing the Slytherin he'd barely spoken to during their school years. You're well informed. I make it my business to be. Her expression grew serious. The Parkinsons are hosting a gathering tonight. Every family that supported the Dark Lord financially but avoided prosecution will be there, planning how to rebuild their influence. Pansy's father has already begun liquidating assets and moving them offshore. Bill frowned. How do you know this? Because my father was invited. Daphne met Harry's gaze directly. We declined, of course. The Greengrass family has always understood that blood purity is a losing proposition in the long term. We prefer sustainable prosperity. Harry studied her for a moment. What do you want, Daphne? Partnership, she answered without hesitation. You have unprecedented power but limited understanding of pureblood financial networks. I have knowledge but limited power to act against families like the Parkinsons without repercussions. Together, we could reshape magical Britain's economic landscape. And what would your family gain from this partnership? Daphne's expression remained carefully neutral. Protection during the coming storm. Favorable positions in whatever new order emerges. And the satisfaction of seeing people like Pansy's father get what they deserve after years of undermining companies that wouldn't support their agenda. Harry exchanged a glance with Bill, who gave a subtle nod. I'll need more than just information if we're going to work together, Harry said finally. I need someone who understands these families, their weaknesses, their pressure points. Coincidentally, Daphne replied with the first genuine smile Harry had ever seen from her, that happens to be my specialty. By late afternoon, Harry had assembled a small team in a private Gringotts strategy room. Bill had brought in a trusted colleague who specialized in curse breaking for financial documents, while Daphne had provided detailed information on the Parkinson family's business structure. Their shipping monopoly is maintained through a combination of ministry contracts and exclusive deals with key suppliers, Daphne explained, pointing to a complex diagram she'd created. But here's their vulnerability: the entire network depends on access to specialized portkey creation rights that were granted to them exclusively during Fudge's administration. Harry nodded. And with the Flamel ring, I control the original portkey patents. I could challenge those rights immediately. Exactly, Daphne said. But timing is crucial. If we move too soon, they'll have time to adapt. Too late, and they'll have already moved their assets beyond reach. Bill cleared his throat. There's something else to consider. Using this many lordship rings simultaneously, there might be magical consequences we can't predict. What kind of consequences? Harry asked. The rings aren't meant to be worn together, Bill explained. Each contains old family magic, magic that might conflict or create unexpected effects when combined. Harry flexed his fingers, feeling the invisible weight of the 15 rings. I've noticed some effects already. Enhanced perception, clearer thinking. Nothing concerning so far. Just be careful, Bill warned. And maybe consider using only the rings you need for specific tasks. Harry nodded, though he had no intention of removing any of the rings. Their power felt right, like something that had always been meant for him. The Parkinson gathering tonight gives us perfect timing. While they're all together, we can file the portkey patent challenge and simultaneously announce the formation of a new shipping consortium. They'll panic, Daphne predicted with satisfaction. The smart ones will try to jump ship immediately and align with you. The others will show their true colors, Harry finished. And give us justification for more direct action. As they finalized their strategy, an attendant entered with an urgent message for Harry. Lord Potter, the Minister for Magic requests your presence at his office immediately. Harry wasn't surprised. News of his inheritance was bound to reach Kingsley sooner or later. "Tell him I'll be there within the hour." After the attendant left, Bill gave him a concerned look. "Kingsley was an order member, but he's minister now. He might not approve of what we're planning." "I'm not asking for approval," Harry said simply. "Just informing him of my intentions as a courtesy." Daphne looked impressed. "The boy who lived has grown up. Where shall we meet after your ministry visit?" Harry considered for a moment. "Grimmauld Place. It's under Fidelius, and as Lord Black, I can grant you access." He turned to Bill. "Can you bring Fleur? We could use her expertise in international banking law if the Parkinsons try to shelter assets in France." Bill nodded. "She'll be glad to help. Especially against families that supported Voldemort." 7 o'clock, then, Harry said, rising from his seat. "By midnight, the Parkinsons will be facing financial ruin." The Ministry of Magic was still being rebuilt after the war. Sections of the Grand Atrium remained cordoned off where battle damage was being repaired, and security had been significantly enhanced. Despite this, Harry was escorted directly to the minister's office the moment he arrived, with whispers following in his wake. "He looks different," one witch murmured to her colleague. "I heard he inherited the Black Fortune," another replied. "But there's something else, something about his magic." Harry ignored them, keeping his focus on the task ahead. The rings thrummed with power beneath his skin, each one subtly influencing his demeanor. The black ring made him more aware of political undercurrents, the Peveril ring granted him an eerie calm in the face of uncertainty, the Gryffindor ring bolstered his courage. Kingsley Shacklebolt stood as Harry entered his office, his expression a mixture of concern and curiosity. "Harry. I've just received some rather extraordinary reports from Gringotts." "Minister," Harry greeted him formally, taking the seat Kingsley offered. "Kingsley is still fine when it's just us," the minister said, studying Harry carefully. "Although I understand you've acquired quite a collection of titles today. News travels fast. When it involves the most significant magical inheritance event in centuries." "Yes, it does." Kingsley leaned forward. "Harry, I need to know what you're planning. The magical disturbances alone have the Department of Mysteries in an uproar." Harry met his gaze steadily. "I'm planning to ensure that Voldemort's financial supporters can't simply buy their way back to power. Through economic warfare," Kingsley stated rather than asked. "Through legal means," Harry corrected. "Using the very system they've abused for generations." Kingsley sighed. "I understand the impulse, believe me. But we're trying to rebuild, to heal. This could trigger another conflict." "The conflict never ended for them," Harry said quietly. "They're already regrouping. Planning. The Parkinsons are hosting a gathering tonight where they'll coordinate how to reassert control over magical commerce." The minister's eyebrows rose. "You have proof of this?" "I have reliable intelligence. From the Greengrass girl," Kingsley supplied, surprising Harry. "Yes, I'm aware of your new alliance. The DMLE keeps tabs on all Pureblood family movements, especially during this transition period." Harry nodded, reassessing Kingsley's information network. "Then you know I'm right. They won't stop until they've rebuilt everything that made Voldemort's rise possible in the first place." Kingsley was silent for a long moment. "What exactly do you intend to do?" "I'm going to dismantle their economic advantage, piece by piece, starting with the Parkinson shipping monopoly. I'll create alternative structures that don't favor blood status. And I'll make sure that families who supported Voldemort pay reparations to his victims." "Through the Wisengamot?" Kingsley asked. "If possible. Outside it if necessary." The minister studied him. "You control 15 votes now. Not a majority, but enough to deadlock many proceedings." "I'm aware." Kingsley stood and walked to the window, looking out over magical London. "I can't officially sanction this, Harry. But..." He turned back. I won't stand in your way, either. Just keep it legal. And watch yourself with those rings. That much concentrated magical power hasn't been held by one wizard since Merlin's time. Harry stood to leave. One more thing, Minister. Dolores Umbridge. I understand she's still employed here. Kingsley's expression darkened. Unfortunately, her specific crimes have been difficult to prove, despite her clear alignment with Voldemort's regime. Civil service protections make dismissal complicated without evidence. I'll have evidence on your desk by tomorrow morning, Harry promised. The black and flannel records detail financial transactions between Umbridge and known Death Eaters dating back 20 years. For the first time, Kingsley smiled. I would find such evidence extremely useful, Lord Potter. Harry nodded and turned to leave. Harry, Kingsley called after him. Whatever changes these rings are causing, be careful. Power changes people, sometimes in ways they don't notice until it's too late. I know, Harry said. That's why I'm using it now, before the old structures can solidify again. Better to rebuild correctly from the start. As he left the ministry, Harry felt a strange sensation, as if the magic of the rings was responding to his resolve, growing stronger with his determination. He flexed his hand, watching as brief flickers of colored light, gold, silver, emerald, ruby, danced across his skin before fading. Something was happening beyond the simple transfer of political and economic power. The rings were changing him, yes, but he was also changing the rings, bending their ancient magic to his will and purpose. By the time Harry arrived at Grimmauld Place, Bill, Fleur, and Daphne were already waiting. He'd also invited Hermione and Ron, knowing he would need their specific talents. Hermione's analytical mind would be invaluable for legal strategies, while Ron's strategic thinking, honed through years of chess, would help anticipate their opponent's moves. This place has improved, Daphne commented, looking around the renovated entrance hall. Kreacher had been busy since Harry had taken proper ownership as Lord Black, restoring the ancestral home to its former glory without the darker elements. It's a work in progress, Harry replied, leading them to the drawing room where Kreacher had prepared refreshments. Ron and Hermione were already deep in conversation with Bill when they entered. Hermione looked up first, her expression changing to shock as she saw Harry. Harry! Your magic, it's visible, she exclaimed, rising from her seat. Harry glanced down at himself and saw what had alarmed her. A subtle aura of multicolored light surrounded him, pulsing in rhythm with his heartbeat. Side effect of the rings, he explained, though he hadn't noticed it himself until she pointed it out. Nothing to worry about. Hermione looked unconvinced. I've never read about anything like this. 15 lordship rings. Harry, there must be magical interactions we can't predict. That's partly why I wanted you all here, Harry said, taking a seat at the head of the table. Each of you brings expertise we'll need. And if there are unexpected consequences to the rings, I trust you to tell me if I'm changing too much. You already have, Ron said bluntly. But not necessarily in a bad way. You seem more focused. More certain. And your magical signature is different, Fleur added, her accent still present but much improved. I can feel it, layers of old magic blending with your core. Harry nodded. I've noticed increased abilities already. Enhanced transfiguration from the Potter ring. Mental shields from the Black ring. But we don't have time to explore all that now. We have less than 2 hours before the Parkinson gathering begins. He outlined the plan quickly. Fleur would handle the international banking angles, blocking the offshore transfers Daphne had warned about. Bill would file the portkey patent challenge through Gringotts. Hermione would prepare the legal framework for the new shipping consortium, while Ron and Harry would handle the more direct confrontation at the ministry. What about me? Daphne asked. Harry met her gaze. You're coming with me to the Parkinson gathering. Her eyes widened. That's suicide. They'd never let you through the door, and I'd be labeled a traitor immediately. They won't have a choice, Harry said with certainty. As Lord Slytherin, I have the right to enter any gathering of Slytherin families. And as my formally acknowledged advisor, you'll be under my protection. Daphne stared at him for a long moment before a slow smile spread across her face. You've learned our ways quickly, Potter. That's an ancient pureblood protocol hardly anyone remembers. The rings remember, Harry said simply. As they finalized the details of their plan, an owl arrived from the ministry. Harry read the message quickly, his expression hardening. Umbridge is making moves already, he said. She's scheduled an emergency Wizengamot session for tomorrow morning, likely to try to challenge my inheritance before I can consolidate power. Can she do that? Ron asked. Not successfully, Hermione answered, already flipping through a legal text she'd brought. Inheritance by conquest and magical right is one of the oldest forms of magical law. It predates the Wizengamot itself. But she could delay things, Bill pointed out. Create enough procedural hurdles to give the Parkinsons time to move their assets. Harry stood, decision made. Then we accelerate. Ron, file the ministry paperwork now instead of after dinner. Hermione, have the consortium documents ready for signature within the hour. Bill and Fleur, proceed as planned with Gringotts. He turned to Daphne. You and I are going to pay Umbridge a visit before we attend the Parkinson gathering. Confronting Umbridge directly. That's bold, Daphne said with approval. Not confronting, Harry corrected. Neutralizing. Dolores Umbridge's office reflected her personality, oppressively pink, covered in decorative plates featuring kittens, and meticulously organized. When her door opened without warning, she looked up in outrage that quickly turned to barely concealed fear as Harry Potter walked in, followed by Daphne Greengrass. Mr. Potter, she said, her voice taking on that sickly sweet quality he remembered all too well. This is most irregular. I don't recall scheduling an appointment. Harry closed the door behind them with a casual wave of his hand, wandless magic that made Umbridge's eyes widen slightly. Lord Potter Black Slytherin, Harry corrected mildly. Among other titles. But we don't have time for the full list. He sat down uninvited across from her desk, while Daphne remained standing by the door. I understand you've called an emergency Wizengamot session for tomorrow morning. Umbridge's face tightened. Ministry business is confidential, Mr. Potter. Not that I would expect you to respect proper procedures. Concerning my inheritance, I believe. Harry continued as if she hadn't spoken. Something about challenging the validity of magical conquest as a basis for inheritance. The flash of surprise in Umbridge's eyes confirmed his guess. I'm sure I don't know what you're talking about, she said, shuffling papers on her desk nervously. Harry smiled thinly and placed a folder on her desk. These are financial records from the Black and Flammel vaults. They detail 23 separate transactions between you and known Death Eaters over the past 2 decades. Payments for political favors, legislation changes, and during Voldemort's takeover, information about Muggle-born families. All pretense dropped from Umbridge's face. You have no right to access those records. I have every right. They're my records now. Harry leaned forward. Cancel the Wizengamot session, Dolores. Submit your resignation by morning. Or these records go to the Prophet, the DMLE, and the Minister simultaneously. You wouldn't dare, she hissed, her toad-like features contorting with rage. I still have friends in this ministry. Fewer than you think, Daphne spoke for the first time. The Greengrass family has withdrawn support from your faction, as have the Devisas and Zabinas. The winds are changing, Madam Umbridge. Umbridge's gaze darted between them. What do you want? Besides my resignation. Information, Harry said simply. The complete list of attendees for tonight's Parkinson gathering, and any financial details you have about their recent activities. Umbridge's lips pressed into a thin line, but Harry could see the calculation in her eyes. Self-preservation had always been her primary motivation. I might have some notes, she said finally. For my own personal reference, of course. Of course, Harry agreed smoothly. 10 minutes later, they left Umbridge's office with a detailed list of every family attending the Parkinson gathering, along with notes on recent large financial transfers many had made to offshore accounts. That was almost too easy, Daphne commented as they walked through the ministry atrium. People like Umbridge always fold when directly confronted with evidence, Harry replied. She'll still try to find a way to retaliate, but by then, it will be too late. As they reached the apparition point, Harry felt a sudden shift in the magic of the rings, a warning. He grabbed Daphne and pulled her aside just as a jet of purple light streaked past where they had been standing. Potter, a male voice shouted. Face me like a man. Harry turned to see Gawain Parkinson, Pansy's uncle and head of the family's security division, striding toward them with his wand raised. Ministry security wizards were rushing toward the disturbance, but they wouldn't reach them in time. Stay behind me, Harry murmured to Daphne, stepping forward to face the attacker. You think you can destroy everything we've built? Parkinson snarled. You're nothing but a half-blood upstart playing with powers you don't understand. Harry didn't draw his wand. Instead, he felt the rings respond to the threat, each one activating different protections. The Slytherin ring hissed a warning in his mind about poison in the spell that had just missed them. The Gryffindor ring flooded him with combat awareness. The black ring raised instinctive shields around both him and Daphne. I understand enough, Parkinson, Harry replied calmly. Enough to know that your family's time is over. Parkinson fired another curse, this one a sickly yellow that Harry recognized as a bone-shattering hex. Instead of dodging or blocking conventionally, Harry simply raised his hand. The spell hit an invisible barrier and rebounded, forcing Parkinson to dive aside. The growing crowd gasped. Wandless magic of that caliber was virtually unheard of. That's impossible, someone whispered loudly. Parkinson scrambled to his feet, fury and fear warring on his face. Dark magic, he accused. See what he's become. The next Dark Lord. Harry took a step forward, and the ring's magic manifested visibly now, a swirling aura of power that made the air around him shimmer. Is that what you tell yourselves to justify supporting Voldemort? That anyone with power must be dark? He took another step, and Parkinson raised his wand again, only to find he couldn't move his arm. Harry hadn't cast a spell or even made a gesture. The magic of the rings had simply responded to his will, freezing the attacker in place. Your family supported a monster who murdered children, Harry said, his voice carrying across the now silent atrium. You profited from his reign of terror. And now you call me dark for using legal means to hold you accountable. With a casual flick of his fingers, Harry disarmed Parkinson, the man's wand flying into his hand. The gathered crowd murmured in shock at the display of wandless, wordless magic. Consider this a preview, Harry announced, addressing the onlookers as much as Parkinson. Every family that supported Voldemort will face justice, financial, legal, and magical. Not through violence or dark magic, but through the very systems you've manipulated for generations. Aurors had finally arrived, led by Kingsley himself. The minister took in the scene with a quick glance, noting Parkinson's position and Harry's glowing aura. Lord Potter, Kingsley acknowledged formally. I see you've apprehended someone who attacked you. Minister, Harry replied with equal formality. Mr. Parkinson seems upset about the business changes I'll be announcing this evening. Upset enough to attempt murder in the ministry atrium. Kingsley nodded to the Aurors, who took the still immobilized Parkinson into custody. A serious charge. Attempted murder of the head of 15 noble houses carries a minimum sentence of 20 years in Azkaban. 15. The whispers spread through the crowd. Harry handed Parkinson's wand to Kingsley. I'm sure you'll find evidence of dark magic with a simple priori incantatem. The spell he cast was designed to bypass standard shields, a specialty of Death Eaters during the war. As the Aurors led Parkinson away, Kingsley stepped closer to Harry. That was quite a display, he said quietly. Perhaps more than was necessary. It was exactly what was necessary, Harry replied. Now every Death Eater sympathizer knows what they're facing. Not violence or revenge, just overwhelming legal and magical authority. Kingsley studied him for a moment. The rings are changing you, Harry. They're helping me become what I need to be, Harry corrected. What magical Britain needs me to be. Before the minister could respond, Harry nodded to Daphne, who had remained perfectly composed throughout the confrontation. We have a gathering to attend, Miss Greengrass. Together, they departed the ministry, leaving behind a crowd of stunned witnesses and a rapidly spreading story of Harry Potter's newfound power. By evening, everyone in magical Britain would know that the boy who lived had become something far more formidable, a lord of ancient houses with the power and determination to reshape their world. The Parkinson estate was an imposing manor house set on extensive grounds in Wiltshire, not far from Malfoy Manor. As Harry and Daphne approached the gates, they could see enhanced security measures in place, likely a response to Gawain Parkinson's arrest. They'll try to deny you entry, Daphne murmured. Even with your Slytherin lordship. Let them try, Harry replied. Two guards stepped forward as they reached the gate. Invitation, one demanded gruffly. Daphne began to speak, but Harry raised his hand slightly, silencing her. He allowed the Slytherin ring to become visible on his finger, its emerald glowing with inner light. Lord Slytherin requires no invitation to a gathering of his house, Harry stated, his voice carrying a subtle resonance that the guards couldn't quite place. The men exchanged uncertain glances. Wait here, one finally said, hurrying toward the main house. Impressive, Daphne commented quietly. The ring actually changes your vocal patterns when you invoke its authority. Harry nodded. Each ring has its own personality, for lack of a better term. The Slytherin ring is particularly keen on maintaining proper respect. 5 minutes later, Malcolm Parkinson himself, Pansy's father and the family patriarch, came striding down the path, his face a mask of barely controlled fury. Potter, he spat. You have some nerve showing up here after having my brother arrested. Your brother attempted to murder me in the ministry atrium, Harry replied calmly. His poor decision-making is hardly my responsibility. You're not welcome here, Parkinson stated flatly. Stolen lordship or not. Harry smiled thinly. I'm not asking permission, Parkinson. By right of conquest and magical succession, I am Lord Slytherin. Your gathering includes 12 families of Slytherin descent. Ancient Covenant requires you to grant me entry. Malcolm's face paled slightly. The old covenants were binding magic, older even than the ministry itself. To break them would risk family magic, something no pureblood would willingly do. This is an outrage, he hissed. It's tradition, Harry corrected. Something you claim to value. After a tense moment, Parkinson stepped aside. You may enter. The Greengrass girl remains outside. Miss Greengrass is my formally acknowledged advisor and enters under my protection, Harry countered. Unless you wish to challenge Lord Black as well as Lord Slytherin. The Black family had ancient alliances with most pure-blood houses, alliances that carried significant magical penalties if broken. Parkinson's jaw worked as he struggled with his limited options. Fine, he finally bit out. But any disruption, and covenant or no covenant, you'll be removed. Harry inclined his head slightly. I'm sure everyone will be on their best behavior. As they followed Parkinson toward the manor, Daphne whispered, You're enjoying this, aren't you? Using their own rules against them. Harry replied quietly. I'd be lying if I said there wasn't some satisfaction in it. The main ballroom of Parkinson Manor was filled with the cream of pure-blood society, or what remained of it after the war. Harry recognized many faces from the Wisengamot sessions he had attended, along with the parents of his Slytherin classmates. Conversations died as they entered, heads turning to stare at the unexpected arrivals. Ladies and gentlemen, Malcolm Parkinson announced stiffly. Lord Potter Black has invoked the right of entry as Lord Slytherin. Please, continue with your evening. The last words were clearly forced, but the damage was done. Harry Potter had been formally acknowledged as Lord Slytherin by the host, establishing his legitimate presence. This should be interesting, Daphne murmured, accepting a glass of champagne from a passing house elf. Draco looks like he's about to have an aneurysm. Harry glanced across the room to where Draco Malfoy stood with his mother, both looking equally shocked at his appearance. Lucius was noticeably absent, still in Azkaban awaiting trial. Let's mingle, Harry suggested. I want to gauge reactions before I make my announcement. As they moved through the crowd, conversations hushed and then resumed in urgent whispers behind them. The rings allowed Harry to catch snippets that would normally have been beyond his hearing. 15 lordships, can you imagine, wandless magic in the atrium, took down Gawain without drawing his wand, shipping network vulnerable if he really controls the portkey patents, Harry smiled to himself. News had traveled exactly as he'd hoped. The foundation for panic was well laid. They approached Narcissa and Draco Malfoy, who had been watching their progress across the room with wary expressions. Mrs. Malfoy, Draco, Harry greeted them politely. A pleasant evening, isn't it? Potter, Draco acknowledged stiffly. Or should I use one of your many new titles? Harry is fine between old schoolmates, Harry replied with deliberate casualness. How are you finding life after Hogwarts? Draco's eyes narrowed at the mundane question. Challenging. Father's legal troubles have complicated our affairs. I imagine they have, Harry said. Perhaps we should discuss those complications sometime. I may have insights that would prove valuable to your family's situation. Narcissa studied him with sharp eyes. What kind of insights, Lord Potter? The kind that distinguish between those who followed Voldemort out of fear and those who did so from conviction, Harry answered, meeting her gaze. I haven't forgotten what happened in the forest, Mrs. Malfoy. A flicker of surprise crossed her aristocratic features. I see. Perhaps such a discussion would indeed be beneficial. Before they could continue, Malcolm Parkinson called for attention from the center of the room. Friends, thank you for coming tonight. As we all know, we face challenging times. The new ministry regime threatens our traditions and way of life. But together, we can weather this storm as we have others. Murmurs of agreement rose from the gathering. Harry felt Daphne tense beside him. Our first priority must be protecting our economic interests, Parkinson continued. To that end, I'm pleased to announce an expansion of our shipping network. With exclusive ministry contracts renewed just this morning, we'll be increasing rates by 15% to fund security enhancements. Harry stepped forward. An interesting announcement, Mr. Parkinson. Perhaps I should make one of my own. The room fell silent as all eyes turned to him. Harry allowed his magical aura to become visible again, a subtle display of power that made several people step back instinctively. This morning, as Lord Flammel, I filed a formal challenge to your exclusive portkey creation rights. The original patents, which have been in the Flammel Vault for centuries, clearly established that no exclusivity agreement can be granted without the patent holder's consent. Gasps and whispers broke out across the room. Parkinson's face had gone deathly pale. That's impossible, he stammered. Those rights were granted by Minister Fudge himself. Illegally, as it turns out, Harry continued smoothly. Additionally, as Lord Black, I've reactivated the Black family shipping fleet, which will begin operations tomorrow with rates 20% below your current prices. And as Lord Potter, I've established a new consortium open to all businesses regardless of blood status or political affiliation. The room erupted into chaos. Several people rushed toward the exits, likely to begin damage control for their investments. Others gathered in urgent, whispered conferences. Malcolm Parkinson struggled to regain control. This is outrageous. You can't simply walk in here and threaten our livelihoods. I'm not threatening anything, Harry replied calmly. I'm simply participating in the free market you all claim to value so highly. Unless, of course, you only believe in competition when you're guaranteed to win. You'll regret this, Potter, Parkinson hissed, abandoning all pretense of civility. You think a few old rings make you untouchable? There are ways to deal with upstarts like you. Harry smiled coldly. Like sending your brother to attack me in the ministry? How did that work out? Before Parkinson could respond, the large windows of the ballroom shattered inward. Harry reacted instantly, the ring's magic creating a protective shield around himself and Daphne as glass flew in all directions. 6 figures in hooded cloaks swept into the room on broomsticks, wands drawn. Death to blood traitors, one shouted, firing a curse directly at Harry. The spell hit his shield and dissipated harmlessly. Harry recognized the attack for what it was, a desperate attempt by Parkinson to disrupt the gathering and prevent further damage to his business interests. Really, Malcolm? Harry said, his voice cutting through the screams and confusion. Fake Death Eater attacks. How unoriginal. With a casual gesture, Harry froze all 6 attackers in midair. Another flick of his fingers summoned their wands to his hand. The entire display of wandless, effortless magic left the room in stunned silence. For those wondering, Mr. Parkinson arranged this little performance to disrupt our conversation, Harry announced to the room. Unfortunately for him, the Slytherin ring grants me certain insights into deception. He walked toward the frozen attackers and removed one of their masks, revealing a man Harry recognized as a Parkinson employee. Not very convincing Death Eaters, I'm afraid. Malcolm Parkinson's face had gone from pale to mottled red. This is slander. I had nothing to do with this. Your family vault transferred 1,000 galleons to each of these men yesterday, Harry countered. The Black Ring grants access to Gringotts transaction records for any business touching Black family interests. Your shipping network qualifies. He turned to address the stunned gathering. Ladies and gentlemen, you have a choice to make tonight. Continue aligning yourselves with families like the Parkinsons, who resort to pathetic theatrics when their monopolies are threatened, or adapt to the new reality of magical Britain. Harry gestured to Daphne, who stepped forward. The Greengrass family is offering preferential investment opportunities in the new shipping consortium to the first 5 families who commit tonight, she announced. Equal participation, transparent governance, and protection from any future inconveniences. The calculated offer had immediate effect. Theodore Knott's father stepped forward first, followed quickly by the Zabini matriarch. Within minutes, 5 families had broken ranks with the Parkinsons, effectively shattering the unified front Malcolm had hoped to present. This isn't over, Potter, Parkinson growled as his gathering disintegrated around him. You're right about that, Harry agreed. It's just beginning. As Harry and Daphne prepared to leave, Narcissa Malfoy intercepted them near the door. Lord Potter, she said quietly. That discussion you mentioned. Perhaps tomorrow would be convenient. Harry nodded. Grimmauld Place. Noon. We'll be there, she promised, with a glance at Draco, who looked conflicted but gave a short nod. Outside in the cool night air, Daphne finally allowed herself a small smile of triumph. That went even better than I expected. The Parkinson shipping network will collapse within days. And the other families will scramble to align themselves with the winning side, Harry added. But this was just the first step. There are 14 more families on my list. Daphne studied him in the moonlight. The rings have changed you, Potter. You're not the same person who stumbled through potions class. Is that a complaint or an observation? Harry asked, feeling the rings hum against his skin. Neither. Just a fact. She hesitated. Just be careful they don't change you too much. Power like that, it has a way of consuming people. Harry nodded, hearing an echo of Kingsley's earlier warning. I know. That's why I need people like you around me. People who aren't afraid to speak the truth. As they prepared to apparate back to Grimmauld Place, Harry felt a strange pulse of magic ripple through the air. The rings reacted, each one flaring briefly with its own distinctive energy. "Did you feel that?" Daphne asked, looking around uneasily. "Yes," Harry confirmed. "It's happened a few times today. Some kind of magical disturbance. Connected to the rings?" "Almost certainly." Harry studied his hand, where the rings remained invisible but ever present. "Bill warned me that wearing all 15 simultaneously might have unexpected effects." Daphne looked concerned. "Maybe you should research this before continuing." "There's no time," Harry said firmly. "The momentum is with us now. We need to move quickly before they can regroup." As they disapparated, neither noticed the small cracks that had appeared in the ground where Harry had been standing, tiny fissures that glowed briefly with multicolored light before fading into the darkness. Back at Grimmauld Place, the team had gathered to hear the results of the evening's work. Bill and Fleur had successfully filed the Portkey patent challenge, freezing the Parkinsons' exclusive rights pending review. Ron and Hermione had established the legal framework for the new shipping consortium, with Hermione adding special clauses that prevented discrimination based on blood status or family affiliation. The Parkinsons are finished, Bill confirmed, reviewing the financial projections. Their stock value dropped 30% in just the 2 hours since word got out about the patent challenge. By morning, they'll be lucky to salvage half their assets. "And that's just one family," Harry said, unfolding the list they had compiled earlier. 14 more to go." Hermione looked worried. "Harry, I've been researching these rings while you were gone. The magical interactions between multiple lordship rings are virtually unstudied because no one has ever held more than 3 or 4 at once." "What did you find?" Harry asked, though he could guess from her expression. "Warnings. Legends about wizards who tried to combine the power of multiple family magics and were changed by the experience." She hesitated. "One account describes a wizard who held 7 rings becoming no longer fully human, transformed by the ancient magics into something other." Ron frowned. "What does that even mean? Something other?" "It's deliberately vague," Hermione admitted. "But the point is clear, wearing all these rings simultaneously is dangerous, Harry. Not just physically but to your very identity." Harry considered her words carefully. He could feel the rings' influence, the way they enhanced certain traits while suppressing others, the knowledge they provided, the subtle shifts in his thinking. But it didn't feel wrong or dangerous. It felt right. As if the rings were helping him become who he was always meant to be. "I understand the concern," he said finally. "But I need the full power of all 15 rings to accomplish what needs to be done. Once the Death Eater families have been dealt with, I can reconsider." Hermione didn't look convinced, but she nodded reluctantly. "Just promise you'll tell us if you notice any concerning changes. Anything that doesn't feel like you." "I promise," Harry agreed. As the others discussed the next day's strategy, Daphne pulled Harry aside. "There's something else you should know," she said quietly. "A rumor I heard at the gathering tonight. Apparently, there's a previously unknown Gaunt heir who's returned to Britain, someone named Arcturus Gaunt." Harry frowned. "Gaunt? As in Voldemort's mother's family?" "Exactly. Supposedly a distant cousin who was abroad during both wars. He's been asking questions about family artifacts and rings of power." The gaunt ring on Harry's finger seemed to pulse at this information, a warning sensation that traveled up his arm. "That can't be coincidence." "I don't believe in coincidences," Daphne agreed. "Especially not when it comes to supposedly extinct magical bloodlines suddenly reappearing right after you claim 15 lordships." Harry nodded grimly. "Have your family look into this Arcturus Gaunt. Discreetly. If he's really a Gaunt, he might have legitimate claim to challenge my lordship of that house. And if he's not, then we need to know who he really is and what he wants." As the meeting concluded and the others prepared to leave, Harry found himself drawn to the black family tapestry that hung in the drawing room. The magical document had updated itself since he claimed the lordships, showing his name now connected to 15 different family lines. He traced the connections with his finger, feeling the rings respond to his touch. So much history, so much power, now concentrated in his hands. The responsibility was enormous, but so was the opportunity to reshape magical Britain into something better. Harry Potter had defeated Voldemort and saved the wizarding world. Now, Lord Potter, Black Slytherin, Gryffindor and all the rest would transform it. In a quiet moment alone, Harry removed one of the rings, the Moonshadow ring, perhaps the least powerful of the 15, and studied it in his palm. The band of solidified moonlight seemed to pulse with inner radiance. As he held it, he felt its absence from his magic, like missing a finger he hadn't known he needed. After a moment's hesitation, he slipped it back on, feeling immediate relief as its power reintegrated with his own. The other rings pulsed in welcome, their combined magic flowing through him with renewed strength. Outside the window, unseen by anyone, a brief shower of silver sparks fell from the clear night sky, another magical disturbance rippling through London as the ring's power grew stronger with each passing hour. Chapter 2, Rings of Power. Morning light filtered through the curtains of Grimmauld Place as Harry sat cross-legged on the floor of the Black family library. 15 rings lay arranged in a circle before him on a velvet cloth, each removed from his fingers for the first time since he'd claimed them. Without their constant presence, he felt oddly hollow, as if essential parts of himself had been temporarily set aside. He reached for the Potter ring first, gold with a small ruby that caught the light like a drop of blood. As his fingers touched it, memories flooded his mind, his father practicing transfiguration in this very house, his grandfather inventing Sleekeasy's hair potion in a cluttered laboratory, generations of Potters crafting and shaping magic with precise, creative movements. Harry slipped it onto his finger and felt his connection to transfiguration magic snap back into place. With a casual gesture, he transformed a nearby quill into a perfect miniature phoenix that fluttered around his head before dissolving into golden sparks. "Impressive," came Daphne's voice from the doorway. She leaned against the frame, already dressed for the day in tailored navy robes that complemented her blonde hair. "Though I'm surprised to find you removing the rings. I thought they were practically fused to your skin by now." Harry smiled, picking up the black ring next. "I need to understand each one individually before I can fully utilize them together. There are interactions I hadn't anticipated." "Such as?" She entered the room, settling into a nearby armchair with casual elegance. "The Potter ring enhances transfiguration, while the black ring strengthens mental defenses." Harry slipped the silver and onyx band onto his finger beside the Potter ring. Immediately, his mind felt sharper, protected by layers of mental shields that would make even the most accomplished legilimens hesitate. "But together, they allow me to transfigure objects with my mind alone, no wand, no incantation, just intent." To demonstrate, he focused on a heavy tome on the shelf across the room. Without moving, speaking, or using his wand, he transformed it into a raven that cawed once before reverting to its book form. Daphne's eyes widened. That should be impossible. Wandless magic is one thing, but silent, motionless, wandless transfiguration at a distance. The rings don't just add their powers, they multiply them. Harry picked up the Peveril ring, studying the mended resurrection stone. "Which is why I need to understand exactly what each one does before combining them again." "A wise precaution," Daphne agreed. "Especially given the magical disturbances we've been noticing." Harry slid the Peveril ring onto his finger, feeling its ancient magic coil around his core. Death magic, not dark, but profound and unsettling, settled into his consciousness. "Have you heard anything more about this Arcturus Gaunt?" "My father has made inquiries. The man appeared in Britain just 3 weeks ago, claiming to be from a branch of the family that fled to Eastern Europe in the 1800s. He's been visiting various libraries and magical historical sites, particularly those connected to the founders." "Convenient timing," Harry murmured, reaching for the Slytherin ring. As his fingers touched the serpentine band with its emerald, he felt the familiar surge of Parseltongue abilities, but purer now, cleansed of Voldemort's taint. What does he look like? No one seems to have a clear description. He keeps his face partially concealed in public, though not suspiciously so. He claims a curse scar makes him self-conscious. Daphne leaned forward. But there's something else. He's been asking specifically about magical resonance between family artifacts. Harry paused, the Gryffindor ring halfway to his finger. Magical resonance? A theoretical concept involving related magical objects responding to each other across distances. Daphne's expression was grave. Like, for instance, lordship rings of related houses. Harry slipped on the Gryffindor ring, feeling courage and righteous determination flood his system. He's tracking the rings. That would be my guess. One by one, Harry added the remaining rings, cataloging their effects as each settled into place. Flammel granted intuitive understanding of alchemy and enchantment, Ravenheart enhanced his connection to air elements and weather, Silverbane strengthened his bones and physical durability, Winterwood connected him to plant life and growing things, Dawnrose sharpened his senses beyond human limits, Emberforge gave him affinity for fire and heat, Stormcaller allowed him to sense and influence. Emotional currents and groups, Nightshade provided shadow manipulation and stealth, Gaunt, ironically, granted protection against curses, and finally, Moonshadow, which seemed to harmonize the others, preventing their magics from conflicting. With all 15 restored, Harry felt complete again, more than complete, enhanced and expanded beyond ordinary limitations. He stood in a single fluid motion, magical energy crackling visibly around him before settling into his skin. Better? Daphne asked, eyeing him carefully. Balanced, Harry corrected. And ready for our next move. Which is? Harry smiled, and there was something predatory in the expression that hadn't been there before the rings. The Knott family's monopoly on rare potion ingredients. After breakfast, of course. In the kitchen, they found Creature preparing an elaborate meal while Hermione sat at the table surrounded by stacks of parchment, her quill moving furiously as she compiled notes. Morning, Harry greeted her, accepting a cup of coffee from Creature with a nod of thanks. Hermione looked up, her eyes immediately assessing him. You've been experimenting with the rings. It wasn't a question. Harry raised an eyebrow. How can you tell? Your magical signature is fluctuating. Settling into new patterns. She pushed a stack of parchment toward him. I've been researching the magical disturbances. They're growing stronger and more frequent, Harry. 3 reported in London overnight. Harry scanned her notes with the enhanced perception granted by the Dawnrose ring. Temporal anomalies, spontaneous transfigurations, weather irregularities, all centered around areas I visited yesterday. Exactly, Hermione confirmed. The rings aren't just affecting you, they're affecting magic itself in your vicinity. Is it dangerous? Daphne asked, accepting her own coffee from Creature. Not yet, Hermione said cautiously. But if the pattern continues to escalate. Harry set the parchment down. All the more reason to move quickly. The sooner we complete our objectives, the sooner I can consider redistributing some of the rings. Redistributing? Hermione looked surprised. You'd give them up? If necessary, Harry said, though something possessive stirred within him at the mere thought. For now, we focus on the Knotts. Their control of rare potion ingredients has allowed them to price gouge St. Mungo's and independent brewers for decades. Hermione nodded, sorting through another stack of papers. I've compiled their supply chain information. They maintain exclusive breeding grounds for magical creatures in Wales and Scotland, plus importing operations through magical ports they control in partnership with the Parkinsons. Which are now vulnerable since we're dismantling the Parkinson shipping network, Daphne added. Harry sipped his coffee, feeling the Stormcaller ring activate subtly as he considered strategic emotional leverage. Theodore not returned to Hogwarts for his final year, didn't he? Hermione nodded. Yes, he's one of the few Slytherins who did. And his father? Still awaiting trial, Daphne supplied. But the family business operates under a trust that Theodore can't access until he turns 21. His mother's cousin manages it currently, Bartholomew Knott, who claimed neutrality during both wars. Harry's eyes gleamed. Perfect. We don't need to destroy their business, just reform it. Bartholomew might be amenable to changes if presented with the right incentives. What kind of incentives? Hermione asked cautiously. The Winterwood Ring grants control over several magical forests containing rare potion ingredients, Harry explained. Combined with the Flammel alchemical knowledge, I could offer sustainable harvesting partnerships that would actually increase their supply while lowering prices. Reform rather than destruction, Daphne mused. Clever. It preserves the useful infrastructure while removing the exploitative practices. Exactly. Not every family needs to be bankrupted, just those who refuse to adapt. Harry stood, decision made. Hermione, continue your research on the magical disturbances. Daphne and I will pay a visit to Bartholomew Knott after we meet with the Malfoys at noon. The Malfoys? Hermione's eyebrows shot up. What do they want? To survive, Daphne said simply. The smart families are already looking to realign themselves. After breakfast, Harry retreated to the master bedroom to prepare for the meetings ahead. Standing before a full-length mirror, he studied his reflection with the enhanced perception granted by his rings. His physical appearance hadn't changed dramatically, he was still recognizably Harry Potter, but subtle differences were becoming more apparent. His posture had straightened, shoulders back and head held high with an unconscious authority. His eyes seemed more vibrant, the green almost luminous in certain lights. And there was a constant, subtle aura of power that surrounded him, invisible to most, but occasionally manifesting as brief flickers of colored light across his skin. Harry closed his eyes, focusing inward on the 15 distinct magical signatures that now intertwined with his own. Each ring contributed its own flavor of power, its own knowledge and abilities. Together, they created something greater than the sum of their parts, a synergy of magic that continued to evolve with each passing hour. A soft knock interrupted his meditation. Harry. Daphne's voice called. The Malfoys will be here soon. Coming, he replied, opening his eyes to find his reflection smiling back at him, a confident smile that held just a hint of predatory satisfaction. Narcissa and Draco Malfoy arrived precisely at noon, their normally impeccable appearance slightly diminished by recent events. Narcissa's robes, while still elegant, lacked their usual embellishments, and Draco's face bore the strained look of someone under considerable stress. Harry received them in the formal drawing room, a space that had been thoroughly transformed since the Order had used it as headquarters. Gone were the dusty curtains and decaying furniture, replaced with tasteful antiques and rich fabrics that befitted the ancestral home of the noble and most ancient House of Black. Mrs. Malfoy, Draco, Harry greeted them, standing as they entered. Thank you for coming. Lord Potter, Narcissa responded with a perfect pure-blood curtsy, acknowledgement of his superior political position that would have been unthinkable just days before. Draco gave a stiff nod. Potter. Please, sit, Harry offered, gesturing to the comfortable chairs arranged around a low table where Creature had prepared tea. I believe we have matters of mutual interest to discuss. As they settled, Harry observed the subtle indicators of their emotional states, enhanced by the Stormcaller ring's empathic abilities. Narcissa projected calm determination overlaying deep anxiety. Draco radiated a complex mixture of resentment, fear, and, most interestingly, curiosity. I'll be direct, Harry began, once Creature had served the tea and departed. Your family's position is precarious. Lucius awaits trial with considerable evidence against him. Your assets are currently frozen by ministry decree. And your social standing has been severely compromised by your association with Voldemort. Draco flinched slightly at the name, but Narcissa's expression remained composed. A succinct assessment, Lord Potter. May I ask what interest this holds for you? Harry sipped his tea, allowing a moment of silence. I'm restructuring magical Britain's economic and political landscape, Mrs. Malfoy. The old pureblood power structures enabled 2 wars that devastated our world. They cannot be permitted to rebuild. So you intend to destroy us all, Draco said bitterly. No, Harry replied, meeting his gaze directly. I intend to reform what can be reformed and remove what cannot. And which category do you believe the Malfoys fall into? Narcissa asked carefully. Harry set down his cup. That depends entirely on you. He leaned forward slightly. You lied to Voldemort to protect me in the forest, Mrs. Malfoy. That suggests you prioritize family over ideology. Draco lowered his wand on the astronomy tower rather than kill Dumbledore. That suggests limits to how far he'll go for power. Both Malfoys remained silent, watching him intently. I'm offering you a path forward, Harry continued. Not amnesty, there must be consequences for your family's actions. But rehabilitation rather than destruction. What would this entail? Narcissa asked, her voice carefully neutral. Lucius must face justice, that's non-negotiable. But with your cooperation, I could ensure the charges focus on his specific actions rather than broader conspiracy, potentially reducing his sentence. Harry turned to Draco. You would publicly renounce blood supremacist ideology and undertake magical oaths to that effect. The Malfoy business interests would be reformed to eliminate discriminatory practices. And you would provide detailed information about the financial network supporting former Death Eaters. You're asking us to betray our associates, Draco stated flatly. I'm asking you to choose your family's survival over protecting people who would sacrifice you without hesitation, Harry corrected. The Parkinsons have already fallen. The Knots will reform or follow. This is happening with or without your assistance, Draco. I'm merely offering you the chance to be on the right side of the change. Narcissa set her teacup down with a gentle click. And what would we receive in exchange for this cooperation, beyond Lucius potentially receiving a shorter sentence? The unfreezing of sufficient assets to maintain a comfortable lifestyle. My support in keeping the Malfoy seat on the Wizengamot, transferred to Draco. And my public acknowledgement that your family has chosen reform, which will matter significantly in the new order taking shape. Mother and son exchanged glances, some unspoken communication passing between them. Finally, Narcissa turned back to Harry. We would need certain guarantees. Magical contracts specifying exactly what information we provide and what protections we receive. Naturally, Harry agreed. Hermione Granger is drawing up the templates as we speak. Draco's eyebrows rose. You were that certain we'd agree? Harry smiled slightly. The Black Ring grants insights into family connections. You're not just Malfoys, you're Blacks by blood. Family magic suggests you'll make the rational choice. And if we had refused? Draco challenged. Then I would have bid you good day and proceeded with my plans regardless, Harry replied simply. But the path for your family would have been significantly more difficult. After a moment of silence, Narcissa nodded. We accept your terms, in principle. But we will review the contracts carefully before signing. I would expect nothing less. Harry rose, signaling the end of the meeting. In the meantime, perhaps Draco has something to share regarding Bartholomew Knott. Draco looked startled. How did you, the rings, Harry reminded him. They grant various insights. After a moment's hesitation, Draco sighed. Bartholomew has been looking for a way out from under the family's reputation for months. He's a businessman, not an ideologue. But Theodore's father left binding instructions in the trust that prevent major changes without the heir's approval. Interesting, Harry murmured. And Theodore's position? Conflicted. He doesn't share his father's fanaticism, but family loyalty runs deep. Draco hesitated before adding, there might be leverage through Theodore's mother. She's terminally ill, dragon pox complications, and Bartholomew has been trying to source experimental potions from abroad. Potions that might face import difficulties given the current Parkinson situation, Daphne observed. Precisely, Draco confirmed. Harry nodded thoughtfully. Thank you, Draco. That's useful information. As the Malfoys prepared to leave, Narcissa paused. Lord Potter, there is one other matter you should be aware of. A man has been making inquiries about ancient family magics, specifically about artifacts tied to multiple houses. Arcturus Gaunt, Harry supplied. Narcissa looked surprised. Yes. He approached me last week, claiming distant kinship and seeking information about the Black family library. Did you help him? No. Something about him felt wrong. Old magic, but twisted somehow. She shivered slightly. Be cautious, Lord Potter. He has an unhealthy interest in what you now possess. After the Malfoys departed, Harry and Daphne prepared for their meeting with Bartholomew Knott. The information from Draco had provided an unexpected angle of approach, one that would test Harry's commitment to reform rather than destruction. We'll need to move quickly on the Knott situation, Daphne advised as they walked toward the apparition point. Once word spreads that the Malfoys have aligned with you, the remaining families will either rush to follow suit or entrench against you. Harry nodded, feeling the Slytherin ring pulse with approval at the strategic thinking. The Knotts first, then the Averys by evening. Tomorrow we'll address the Selwyns and Yaxleys. That's an aggressive timeline, Daphne observed. Necessary. The longer we wait, the more time they have to hide assets or coordinate resistance. Harry offered his arm as they reached the apparition point. Ready? Daphne took his arm, her touch light but confident. Lead on, Lord Potter. They apparat to the edge of the Knott estate in Devonshire, a sprawling property nestled between rolling hills, less ostentatious than Malfoy Manor but still clearly the home of significant wealth. Unlike the Parkinson gathering, Harry had no intention of being refused entry here. As they approached the main gates, a house elf appeared with a soft pop. Masters is not being expected, the creature said nervously. Does Masters have appointment? Inform Bartholomew Knott that Lord Potter Black Flammel wishes to discuss a mutually beneficial business opportunity regarding potions ingredients, Harry stated, allowing the Flammel ring to become visible momentarily. The house elf's eyes widened at the sight of the ring. Pinky will inform Master Bartholomew right away. The elf disappeared with another pop. The Flammel ring, Daphne noted. Interesting choice. Nicholas Flammel's alchemical innovations revolutionized potions. The Knott family's business ultimately derives from his work, though few remember that connection. Less than 2 minutes later, the gates swung open of their own accord. The house elf reappeared, bowing deeply. Master Bartholomew welcomes Lord Potter and guest to Knott Manor. The main house was an elegant Tudor-style mansion, its black and white facade complemented by immaculately maintained gardens. Bartholomew Knott awaited them on the front steps, a lean, shrewd-looking man in his 50s with salt and pepper hair and calculating eyes. Lord Potter, he greeted with a formal bow. This is an unexpected honor. Please, come in. Inside, the manor displayed tasteful wealth without the dark artifacts that had cluttered Malfoy Manor. Bartholomew led them to a sunny conservatory overlooking the gardens, where refreshments had already been prepared. I must admit to considerable curiosity about this visit, Bartholomew said once they were seated. Especially given recent events involving the Parkinson family. You're well informed, Harry noted. In my position, one must be. Bartholomew gestured to Daphne. Miss Greengrass. Your family's neutrality has always been admirable. Your presence here suggests interesting developments. Daphne smiled politely. The winds of change blow strongly, Mr. Knott. Wise sailors adjust their sails. Indeed. Bartholomew turned back to Harry. Now, Lord Potter, how might my humble family business interest someone of your expanded influence? Harry allowed himself a small smile at the careful phrasing. The Knott family controls approximately 60% of the rare potion ingredients market in Britain. A position built over generations through exclusive breeding programs and import arrangements with the Parkinsons. An accurate assessment, Bartholomew acknowledged cautiously. That market position has allowed for certain pricing strategies that, while profitable, have created healthcare inequities. St. Mungo's pays triple what comparable hospitals on the continent pay for identical ingredients. Bartholomew's expression remained neutral. The costs of maintaining our breeding programs and research facilities are considerable, Lord Potter. Quality assurance doesn't come cheaply. True, Harry conceded. But inefficiencies in your supply chain and artificial scarcity practices inflate those costs unnecessarily. The older man's eyes narrowed slightly. You seem remarkably well versed in our business operations for someone who only recently entered the economic arena. In response, Harry allowed the flannel ring to become visible, its ancient gold glinting in the conservatory light. Nicholas Flamel's alchemical journals contain detailed analyses of optimal growth conditions for nearly every magical plant and creature used in potions. Conditions that could increase your yield by approximately 40% while reducing maintenance costs. Bartholomew stared at the ring, momentary shock breaking through his composed facade. The Flamel journals are legendary, but were thought lost centuries ago. Not lost, Harry corrected. Protected. And now accessible to me as Lord Flamel. I see. Bartholomew leaned back, reassessing the situation. And you're offering this information to us out of the goodness of your heart? Harry smiled. I'm offering a partnership. The Winterwood estates include 3 magical forests containing rare ingredient sources. Combined with Flamel's cultivation methods and your existing infrastructure, we could revolutionize the potions ingredients market. While simultaneously breaking our monopoly and lowering our prices, Bartholomew noted dryly. While expanding your overall market, improving your public image, and increasing your total revenue despite lower per-unit pricing, Daphne countered smoothly. Bartholomew studied them both for a long moment. This is all very interesting, but I'm afraid my hands are tied by the terms of the family trust. Major business changes require Theodore's approval as heir, and he's currently at Hogwarts completing his education. How unfortunate, Harry said mildly. Especially given your sister-in-law's condition. The older man stiffened. What do you know about Eleanor's health? I know that standard treatments for advanced dragon pox complications have proven ineffective. I know you've been attempting to import experimental potions from a master brewer in Switzerland. And I know those imports are currently delayed indefinitely due to the Parkinson shipping situation. Harry leaned forward slightly. I also know that the Potter family vault contains several vials of phoenix tears, perhaps the only substance that might still help her at this stage. The color drained from Bartholomew's face. You would use a dying woman as leverage? Not at all, Harry replied, his voice softening. I'm offering to help her regardless of your business decision. The vials will be delivered to St. Mungo's this afternoon with instructions for Eleanor's treatment. I don't bargain with lives, Mr. Knott. Bartholomew seemed genuinely surprised. Then why mention it at all? Because it demonstrates the difference between the old way of doing business and what I'm proposing. The monopolistic practices of pureblood families haven't just inflated prices, they've restricted medical innovations and limited access to life-saving treatments. Reform isn't just about politics or profit, it's about building a better society for everyone. The older man was silent for several moments, reassessing the young wizard before him. You're not what I expected, Lord Potter. Few people are looking past the headlines, Harry acknowledged. But my goal isn't destruction, it's transformation. Even so, the trust limitations remain a practical obstacle. Harry smiled. Perhaps not as insurmountable as you think. As Lord Black, I hold certain voting privileges within the trust, given the Black family's historical investment in the original Knott ventures. Privileges that haven't been exercised in generations, but remain valid. Bartholomew's eyebrows rose. I wasn't aware of that provision. Few are. The Black family preferred to keep such influences private. Harry produced a document from his robes. This authorizes temporary management adjustments for modernization purposes. It would grant you 6 months to implement the changes we've discussed, with performance reviews determining permanent adoption. Daphne smoothly added, the arrangement includes protections for current employees, guaranteed minimal disruption to existing operations, and a clause requiring Theodore's review and input once he completes his education. Bartholomew accepted the document, scanning it with the practiced eye of a seasoned businessman. This is, surprisingly reasonable. I had expected demands for punitive reparations or forced divestiture. Those approaches might be necessary for families unwilling to reform, Harry acknowledged. But they're not my preferred methods. The older man continued reading for several minutes before looking up. I would need to consult with our legal advisors, of course. Of course, Harry agreed. Though I should mention that similar offers have been extended to several other families today. The first to formally accept will receive certain, additional advantages. A shrewd glint appeared in Bartholomew's eyes. Such as priority access to the flammel cultivation methods, exclusive rights to certain winterwood ingredients, and public acknowledgement as a progressive leader in the new economic framework. Forcing the others to play catch-up, Bartholomew murmured, understanding the strategy. You're creating a competitive incentive for rapid compliance. The market rewards innovation and adaptability, Harry replied with a slight smile. I'm simply accelerating the process. After further discussion of technical details, Bartholomew surprised them both by summoning a legal advisor from within the manor and reviewing the documents immediately. Less than an hour later, he signed the provisional agreement, officially becoming the first major pureblood business to voluntarily reform under Harry's new initiative. As they prepared to leave, Bartholomew walked them to the entrance hall. My nephew isn't his father, Lord Potter. When Theodore returns from Hogwarts, I believe you'll find him receptive to these changes. I hope so, Harry replied sincerely. The next generation shouldn't have to pay for their parents' mistakes any more than necessary. Bartholomew hesitated before adding, there's something else you should know. Corvus Avery contacted me this morning, seeking to coordinate resistance against your economic initiatives. When I declined, he mentioned plans to address your interference more directly. A threat? Daphne asked sharply. Not explicitly. But Avery deals in dark artifacts for a reason, Lord Potter. He collects dangerous objects like some collect fine wines. Harry nodded, feeling the ring's magic stir protectively. Thank you for the warning, Mr. Knott. As they walked down the manor's front steps, Daphne gave Harry a sidelong glance. That went better than expected. Bartholomew is a businessman first, pureblood second. Most families have at least one practical member who prioritizes survival over ideology. And the Phoenix tears for Eleanor Knott? You never mentioned having those before. Harry smiled slightly. The Potter Vault contains many treasures I'm still discovering. Healing the sick seems a better use for Phoenix tears than letting them gather dust. They had just reached the edge of the anti-apparition wards when Harry felt a familiar warning pulse from the rings, danger approaching. Without hesitation, he pulled Daphne behind a large oak tree, his enhanced senses scanning their surroundings. What is it? She whispered, drawing her wand. We're being watched, Harry murmured. His Dawnrose-enhanced vision caught a flicker of movement in the hedgerow 50 yards away, too controlled to be an animal, too deliberate to be the wind. There. Daphne followed his gaze but shook her head. I don't see anything. Trust me, Harry replied, subtly activating the Nightshade Ring's shadow manipulation. Darkness gathered around them, not obviously enough to alert their observer but sufficient to obscure their exact positions. When I move, stay behind me. With the Silverbane ring reinforcing his physical capabilities, Harry stepped away from the tree with inhuman speed, closing half the distance to the hedgerow before their watcher could react. A figure in a hooded cloak broke cover, firing a curse that Harry deflected with a casual wave of his hand. Avery sending scouts already? Harry called out, continuing his advance as Daphne maintained position behind him. Or is this a freelance operation? The hooded figure didn't respond verbally, instead launching a barrage of spells, not standard combat hexes but obscure dark magic that twisted the air as it passed. Harry recognized the casting style immediately. "You're not British," he stated, deflecting another curse. "Eastern European training. Durmstrang, perhaps?" The attacker hesitated for just a fraction of a second, enough confirmation for Harry. With a precisely targeted burst of wandless magic, he uprooted the ground beneath the figure's feet, sending them sprawling. Before they could recover, Harry had crossed the remaining distance and pinned them with an immobilization spell. "Let's see who we're dealing with," he said, pushing back the hood to reveal a young man with sharp features and a curious silver mark running from his left eye down his cheek, not a scar but some kind of ritual marking. "Interesting," Daphne commented, joining Harry. "I don't recognize him." "Nor would you," the man replied in accented English. "I am no one of consequence." Harry crouched beside him. "Everyone's of consequence. Especially those who attack lords of 15 houses on private property." He studied the silver marking more closely. "That's a binding mark, old magic. Someone sealed your identity." The man's eyes widened slightly. "You shouldn't be able to recognize that. The flannel ring grants insight into alchemical bindings. The gaunt ring identifies curses." Harry touched the mark gently, feeling the magic within it. "Who sent you? Avery? Or someone else?" Instead of answering, the man smiled, a disturbing expression given his immobilized state. "He said you were becoming formidable, but even he underestimated the speed of your adaptation. The rings have chosen well." "Who said?" Harry demanded. The silver mark began to glow, and the man's body convulsed. Too late for questions, he gasped as the binding magic activated. "He comes for what is his. The 15 were never meant to be united." Before Harry could respond, the man's form blurred and then collapsed inward, leaving behind nothing but empty robes and a small silver medallion. Daphne gasped in shock. "What just happened?" Harry picked up the medallion carefully, examining the symbol etched upon it, a triangle containing a circle and a vertical line. "A modified Deathly Hallows symbol," he murmured. "With something added." Around the traditional symbol were 15 tiny runes arranged in a circle. Harry recognized them immediately, they corresponded to the 15 houses whose rings he now wore. "This was no random attack," Daphne said quietly. "And probably not Avery's doing either." "No," Harry agreed, pocketing the medallion. "This has Arcturus Gaunt written all over it. He's tracking my movements and testing my abilities." "Why?" "That's what we need to find out." Harry checked his watch. "But first, we have an appointment with Corvus Avery. And after this, I think a direct approach might be best." The Avery estate was significantly darker than the Knot property, both literally and figuratively. Ancient yew trees cast permanent shadows across the grounds, and the manor itself was a forbidding stone structure that predated the Norman conquest. Generations of dark magic had seeped into the very foundations, creating an atmosphere of subtle menace. "Charming place," Daphne commented dryly as they approached the main entrance. "I've only been here once before, for a winter solstice gathering. Even my father was uncomfortable." "The Averys have always leaned darker than most pureblood families," Harry replied, feeling the rings respond to the ambient magic. The Gryffindor ring pulsed with protective energy, while the Slytherin ring seemed almost at home in the shadowy surroundings. Their artifact business is just the public face of much more questionable activities. Unlike at the Knot estate, no welcoming committee awaited them. The massive oak doors remained firmly shut, and no house elves appeared to acknowledge their arrival. "Apparently Corvus isn't as hospitable as Bartholomew," Daphne observed. Harry smiled grimly. "Hospitality was never part of my expectations here." He raised his hand toward the door, allowing the Emberforge ring to activate. Heat gathered in his palm, visible as a reddish glow that quickly intensified. "Harry, what are you?" Before she could finish, Harry pressed his glowing hand against the ancient ward stone beside the door. Centuries-old protective magic sizzled and sparked as the Emberforged's fire magic overwhelmed it, burning through layered spells like paper. The massive doors shuddered and then swung open of their own accord. "A direct approach, as I said," Harry explained, stepping across the threshold into the dimly lit entrance hall. "That was thousands of years of family wards you just disabled," Daphne said, sounding impressed despite herself. "The Emberforged ring alone shouldn't have that kind of power." "It doesn't. But combined with the others, particularly Flammel and Nightshade." Harry shrugged. "The whole exceeds the sum of its parts." They made their way through the silent manor, their footsteps echoing on marble floors. The absence of response to their uninvited entry was telling. Corvus Avery knew they were coming. The question was whether he was preparing to negotiate or to attack. They found him in a grand study lined with glass cases containing artifacts that radiated dark magic. Corvus Avery was a tall, gaunt man with steel-gray hair and cold blue eyes that had witnessed and caused considerable suffering. He sat behind an ornate desk, his hands folded calmly before him. "Lord Potter," he greeted with exaggerated formality. "How kind of you to announce your presence by destroying wards that have protected my family since before Hogwarts was built." "Your invitation must have been lost in the mail," Harry replied, taking a seat across from him without waiting for permission. Daphne remained standing slightly behind him, her wand held casually but ready. "I wasn't aware that lords of ancient houses had taken to breaking and entering," Avery continued, his tone conversational despite the obvious tension. "Though perhaps the rules are different for new money." Harry smiled. "The rules are different for everyone now, Corvus. That's rather the point of my recent activities." "Ah yes. Your crusade against those who supported the Dark Lord." Avery's lip curled slightly. "How predictably Gryffindor of you. Is it?" Harry glanced pointedly around at the dark artifacts. "I'm not here to arrest you or challenge you to a duel. I'm here to discuss business." Something flickered in Avery's cold eyes, surprise, quickly masked. "Business? You've systematically attacked the Parkinson's shipping monopoly and forced the Knots to restructure their operations. What business could we possibly have to discuss?" "The future of your artifact trading enterprise," Harry replied simply. "Which currently faces two possible paths forward." "I'm listening," Avery said cautiously. "The first option is simple. I use my influence with the Ministry to have every item in this room classified as a Class A non-tradable object, seize your inventory, and shut down your business permanently. Your more questionable clients would be investigated, your international contacts sanctioned, and your family's financial resources depleted defending against the resulting charges." Avery's expression hardened. "And the second option?" "You transition to legitimate antiquities trading. Your knowledge of rare magical items is unparalleled. Your international connections are extensive. There's no reason those assets can't be redirected toward legitimate commerce." "You want me to become a shopkeeper?" Avery asked incredulously. "I want you to become the premier expert in authenticating and valuing historical magical artifacts," Harry corrected. "A position that would maintain your status and income while eliminating the more problematic aspects of your current operation." Avery leaned back, studying Harry with narrowed eyes. "And if I refuse?" In response, Harry activated the black ring, causing the family grimoire on Avery's shelf to fly into his hand. The ancient tome, bound in what appeared to be human skin, opened to a specific page without Harry touching it. "The Black and Avery families have been connected for centuries," Harry noted, glancing at the page. "Including a blood oath sworn in 1713 that placed certain obligations on your line. Obligations that could be called due by the current Lord Black." Avery's face paled slightly. "That covenant hasn't been invoked in generations. A new era calls for revisiting old agreements." Harry closed the book with a snap. "You have 3 days to begin transitioning your business model. After that, I'll consider your answer final and proceed accordingly." As they spoke, Harry had been subtly extending his magical senses throughout the manor, enhanced by the Dawnrose ring's perceptive abilities. Something felt wrong, hidden presences lurking just beyond normal detection. "You won't leave this manor alive to enforce any deadline," Avery said softly. "Did you really think I would meet you unprepared?" Harry smiled, unsurprised. "I counted on your preparation, actually. The 7 hired wands in your west wing. The 2 curse specialists in the hidden room behind that bookshelf. And, of course, the inferi you've so thoughtfully stored in your cellar." Avery couldn't entirely hide his shock. "Impossible. The concealment charms are impressive," Harry acknowledged. "Just not as impressive as 15 ancient family magics working in concert." With a casual gesture, Harry activated the Ravenheart ring's air manipulation, creating a swirling vortex that revealed the disillusioned figures positioned around the room, 3 wizards in dark robes with wands trained on Harry and Daphne. "Now," Harry continued conversationally, "we can proceed in one of 2 ways. Your mercenaries can attempt to kill me, likely resulting in their deaths and your manor's destruction. Or they can lower their wands, and we can continue our business discussion like civilized people." For a tense moment, no one moved. Then Avery raised his hand slightly. "Stand down," he ordered. The hidden figures hesitated but ultimately lowered their wands. "A wise choice," Harry commented. Avery's expression was calculating now. "You knew about my security measures before you arrived. You wanted me to try something." "I wanted to demonstrate that the old methods of intimidation and violence no longer work against me," Harry corrected. "It saves time in the long run. What guarantee would I have that you'd honor any agreement between us?" Avery asked. "Your power clearly exceeds mine now." In response, Harry produced a magical contract from his robes, similar to the one he'd offered the Knots, but with terms specific to the Avery situation. A binding magical contract, enforceable by family magic. "I have no interest in destroying your family, Corvus, only in ensuring it no longer threatens magical Britain's stability." Avery accepted the document cautiously, reviewing its provisions with the careful attention of someone accustomed to finding loopholes. "This is, surprisingly equitable," he admitted reluctantly. "Though the oversight provisions are extensive." "Necessary given your history," Harry replied unapologetically. "The contract includes a 5-year probationary period. Demonstrate good faith during that time, and many restrictions will be lifted." After further negotiation of specific terms, during which Daphne demonstrated her impressive knowledge of international antiquities regulations, Avery surprisingly agreed to sign. As with Bartholomew Knott, pragmatism ultimately outweighed ideology when survival was at stake. As they prepared to leave, Avery fixed Harry with a penetrating stare. "You should know that not all families will be as adaptable as mine. The Selwyns in particular have been coordinating resistance. They've reached out to contacts abroad, powerful people who don't appreciate the changes you're implementing." "I'm aware," Harry replied. "But I appreciate the information nonetheless." Outside, as they crossed the grounds toward the apparition point, Daphne glanced at Harry with newfound respect. 2 for 2. You're either incredibly persuasive or the rings grant better negotiation skills than I realized. Neither, Harry said. They're calculating odds of survival. Bartholomew saw opportunity in cooperation. Avery recognized the futility of resistance. And the Selwyns? Will be more challenging. They're true believers in blood supremacy, not just opportunists. Harry checked his watch. We should head back to Grimmauld Place. I need to review the information from today before tonight's gala. Daphne raised an eyebrow. The Ministry's Unity Gala? You're still attending that? It's the perfect venue to solidify today's progress, Harry explained. Public acknowledgement of the Knott and Avery agreements will encourage others to follow suit, while my visible support for Kingsley's Unity initiatives demonstrates this isn't about revenge. And the fact that every influential family in Britain will be watching your every move. Harry smiled. A convenient bonus. Back at Grimmauld Place, they found an unexpected visitor waiting in the drawing room, Draco Malfoy, looking uncharacteristically anxious. "Potter," he greeted as they entered. "Your house elf said I could wait." "Draco," Harry acknowledged, noting the tension in the other man's posture. "I didn't expect to see you again so soon. This couldn't wait." Draco glanced at Daphne before continuing. "The man you asked about, Arcturus Gaunt. He approached my mother again after you left. With an offer." Harry's expression sharpened. "What kind of offer?" "Protection from you," Draco replied bluntly. "He claims to have a way to neutralize the power of your rings, or to claim some of them for himself. He wanted our family's support in exchange for guaranteeing our position in whatever comes next." "And your mother's response?" "She declined, obviously. We've made our choice." Draco ran a hand through his platinum hair, a rare display of agitation. "But that's not all. He knew about our meeting with you. Details that he couldn't possibly have known unless he has some way of monitoring my activities," Harry finished. "Did he approach any other families?" "The Selwyns, certainly. Possibly the Yaxleys as well." Harry exchanged a glance with Daphne. "That fits with what Avery told us." "There's something else," Draco continued. "He's planning to make his move tonight, at the Ministry Gala. Something about the concentration of magical power creating ideal conditions." "Did he explain what he meant by that?" "No. But Mother felt something from him. Old magic, similar to what she sensed from you, but different. Wrong somehow." Harry nodded thoughtfully. "Thank you for the warning, Draco. This is valuable information." As Draco prepared to leave, he hesitated. "Potter, be careful tonight. Gaunt isn't the only threat you'll face. The Selwyns have been gathering support from multiple families. They're planning something too." Once Draco had gone, Harry turned to Daphne. "It seems our evening just got more interesting." "Coordinated assassination attempts tend to liven up any party," she replied dryly. "Should we alert Kingsley?" "Yes, but discreetly. We don't want to tip off either Gaunt or the Selwyns that we know about their plans." Harry removed his outer robe, revealing the 15 rings now visible on his fingers. "In the meantime, I need to prepare." "How?" "By fully understanding what these rings can do when used together in combat." Harry's eyes gleamed with determination. "It's time to push their limits." For the next 2 hours, Harry sequestered himself in the Black family's warded practice room in the basement. The space had been designed centuries ago for testing dangerous spells, its walls reinforced with layers of protective enchantments that could contain almost any magical mishap. Harry stood in the center of the room, feeling the combined power of the 15 rings flowing through him. Each ring had its own affinity, its own magical specialty, but he had yet to fully explore how they could work in concert during a direct confrontation. He began with simple combinations, the Potter ring's transfiguration enhanced by the Flamel ring's alchemical knowledge, allowing him to transform a simple wooden chair not just in form but in substance, from wood to solid gold and back again with perfect molecular precision. Next, he combined the Emberforged's fire affinity with the Ravenheart's air manipulation, creating controlled firestorms that he could shape into various forms, dragons, phoenixes, serpents, each moving according to his will without consuming oxygen from the room. The Gryffindor ring's protective magic melded with the Black ring's mental shields, creating a defense that extended beyond his body to encompass his entire magical aura, a barrier that could repel both physical and magical attacks simultaneously. With each successful combination, Harry pushed further, testing 3 rings in concert, then 4, then 5. The magic grew more complex, more powerful, but also more difficult to control. When he attempted to combine all 15 simultaneously, the result was a surge of power that cracked the practice room's floor and sent tremors throughout the house. Harry stopped, breathing heavily not from physical exertion but from the mental concentration required to channel such power. The rings were cooperating, yes, but they weren't yet fully integrated. Each still maintained its distinct magical signature, its individual connection to ancient family magics that had never been meant to work together. There has to be a way, he murmured to himself, studying the rings thoughtfully. After a moment's contemplation, Harry closed his eyes and turned his focus inward. Instead of trying to control each ring individually, he reached for the core of his own magic, the fundamental source from which all his abilities flowed. He visualized the rings not as separate entities to be managed but as extensions of himself, their powers flowing through his magical core like tributaries joining a river. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, gradually, he felt it, a shift in the magical resonance. The rings' distinct energies began to harmonize, their frequencies adjusting to match each other through the medium of his own core magic. When Harry opened his eyes, his entire body was surrounded by a coherent aura of power, no longer the flickering, multicolored energies of before, but a steady, unified glow that pulsed in perfect rhythm with his heartbeat. He raised his hand, focusing on a simple levitation charm. Instead of the expected result, objects rising into the air, every item in the room began to orbit around him in perfect concentric circles, as if he had become the gravitational center of a miniature solar system. Fascinating, came Hermione's voice from the doorway. She stood watching him with a mixture of scientific curiosity and concern. You've synchronized the ring's magical frequencies. Harry nodded, gradually releasing the objects back to their original positions. It's not perfect yet, but it's progress. It's unprecedented, Hermione corrected, entering the room fully. And potentially dangerous. Those tremors were felt throughout the house, Harry. The magical discharge registered on ministry sensors across London. Harry looked surprised. That's not possible. These wards should contain any magical signature. Under normal circumstances, yes. But what you're doing isn't normal. Hermione approached cautiously. The magical disturbances are increasing exponentially. 3 more reported in the last hour alone, a rain of gold coins in Diagon Alley, spontaneous animated gargoyles at St. Mungo's, and a temporary reversal of gravity in a 3-block radius around the leaky cauldron. Harry frowned. Coinciding with my practice session. Exactly. The rings aren't just enhancing your personal magic, Harry, they're somehow amplifying ambient magic in areas you've recently visited. It's as if they're leaving an energetic imprint that continues to evolve even after you've gone. Before Harry could respond, Creature appeared with a soft pop. Master Harry, Miss Daphne says to inform you that it is time to prepare for the evening's event. Harry nodded. Thank you, Creature. Tell her I'll be up shortly. After the elf disappeared, Hermione fixed Harry with a serious look. Be careful tonight, Harry. If Gaunt is planning something that involves the concentration of magical power, these disturbances might be exactly what he's counting on. Or what he's trying to create himself, Harry mused. Either way, I'll be ready. The Ministry's Unity Gala was being held in a completely renovated atrium, a symbolic choice representing the rebuilding of magical Britain's government from its foundations. Gone were the oppressive statues from Voldemort's regime, replaced with a simple monument honoring those lost in both wars. The space gleamed with magical light, enchanted decorations, and the subtle security enhancements that had been Kingsley's first priority upon taking office. Harry arrived with Daphne on his arm, both dressed for the formal occasion. His robes were a deep emerald that subtly highlighted the Slytherin lordship without being ostentatious, while Daphne wore an elegant gown of midnight blue that complemented her fair coloring perfectly. Together, they made a striking pair, one that drew every eye as they entered the atrium. Minister, Harry greeted as Kingsley approached them immediately. A beautiful event. Lord Potter, Kingsley returned formally, though his eyes conveyed a more personal welcome. Miss Greengrass. Thank you for coming. Your presence sends an important message of unity. That's rather the point, isn't it? Harry replied with a smile. Though I should mention we have reason to believe there may be disruptions planned for this evening. Kingsley's expression remained pleasant for the benefit of onlookers, but his voice lowered. We received your warning. Security has been enhanced accordingly, though discreetly to avoid alerting potential troublemakers. Good. Harry glanced around the room, noting the positions of the aurors, visible and concealed, with the help of the Dawnrose ring's enhanced perception. Have you noticed anyone unusual? A man calling himself Arcturus Gaunt. No one by that name is on the guest list, Kingsley confirmed. Though given the number of international dignitaries present, he could be using another identity. Keep an eye out. He has a particular interest in my rings and the magical disturbances they've been causing. Kingsley frowned slightly. About those disturbances, Harry, the Department of Mysteries is growing concerned. They've recorded unprecedented fluctuations in ambient magic throughout London. I'm working on stabilizing the interactions, Harry assured him. It's a temporary side effect of the rings adjusting to a single bearer. Let's hope so, Kingsley murmured. Enjoy the evening. We'll talk more later. As the minister moved on to greet other guests, Harry and Daphne began to circulate through the crowd. The reactions they received were telling. Some approached eagerly, clearly seeking to align themselves with Harry's rising influence, others kept a careful distance, watching warily, and a notable few, particularly members of the Selwyn and Yaxley families, glared with barely concealed hostility. Bartholomew Knott is sharing the news of your agreement, Daphne observed quietly. See how the Abbot and Macmillan patriarchs are listening. They have business connections to the potion ingredients market. Harry nodded, noting the interested expressions of the family heads in question. And Corvus Avery is conspicuously absent, though his son is here, watching the reactions to gauge which way the wind is blowing before committing publicly. They moved through the gathering with practiced ease, Harry using the Stormcaller ring's empathic abilities to read the emotional currents in the room. Tension, uncertainty, calculation, and fear predominated among the old Pureblood families, while hope and cautious optimism colored the feelings of those who had opposed Voldemort. Lord Potter, came a smooth voice from behind them. What an unexpected pleasure. Harry turned to find himself face to face with Cadmus Selwyn, a tall, aristocratic wizard in his 60s whose family had been among Voldemort's earliest supporters in both wars. Unlike many Death Eaters, Selwyn had maintained plausible deniability, never taking the mark himself while quietly funding the Dark Lord's operations. Lord Selwyn, Harry acknowledged with a polite nod. I don't believe we've been formally introduced. An oversight I'm pleased to correct. Selwyn's smile didn't reach his cold grey eyes. I've been following your recent business activities with great interest. Have you? Harry replied mildly. I would have thought your own business interests kept you sufficiently occupied. One always makes time to observe significant changes in the economic landscape. Selwyn glanced at Daphne. Miss Greengrass. Your father must be proud to see you in such influential company. My father has always appreciated strategic thinking, Lord Selwyn, Daphne replied smoothly. In all its forms. Selwyn's smile tightened almost imperceptibly. Indeed. Strategy is so important in these changing times. He returned his attention to Harry. I wonder if I might have a word in private, Lord Potter. A matter of mutual interest. Harry felt the black and Slytherin rings pulse in warning, danger, but not immediate. A trap being laid rather than sprung. Another time, perhaps, Harry declined politely. I've promised this dance to Miss Greengrass. Selwyn inclined his head, accepting the rebuff with practiced grace. Of course. We'll have other opportunities to collaborate. As he moved away, Harry guided Daphne toward the dance floor. He's coordinating something, he murmured as they assumed the proper position for a waltz. The Stormcaller ring detects anticipation, a predator about to pounce. Multiple Selwyn associates have been moving into position around the perimeter of the room, Daphne confirmed as they began to dance. Whatever they're planning, it will happen soon. Harry used the movement of the dance to survey the room more thoroughly, the dawn rose ring allowing him to notice details most would miss, the subtle positioning of certain guests near exits, the repeated glances toward the main clock, the almost imperceptible hand signals being exchanged. 8 minutes, he concluded as they completed a turn. That's when they'll make their move. And Gaunt? No sign yet. But he'll be here, I can feel it. The gaunt ring on Harry's finger had been growing steadily warmer throughout the evening, responding to the presence of its blood relation somewhere nearby. As they continued to dance, Harry subtly extended his magical senses throughout the atrium, searching for any sign of disturbance or disguise. With the 15 rings now working in greater harmony, his magical perception had expanded exponentially, allowing him to detect the distinct magical signatures of everyone present. That's when he felt it, a magical presence unlike any other in the room. Not disguised, exactly, but muted, as if deliberately restrained to avoid detection. The signature bore similarities to his own ring-enhanced aura but with a dark undercurrent that set it apart. Found him, Harry whispered as the dance concluded. Northeast corner, speaking with the French ambassador's aide. Don't look directly. Daphne kept her expression neutral. What's the plan? We deal with the Selwyn situation first. It's the more immediate threat. Then we approach Gaunt on our terms, not his. As they moved away from the dance floor, Harry caught Kingsley's eye across the room and gave a subtle nod toward the clock, 3 minutes remaining. The minister acknowledged with an equally discreet gesture, alerting his security detail without drawing attention. 2 minutes. Harry guided Daphne toward a position that offered both visibility and tactical advantage, near one of the atrium support columns. From here, he could observe both the Selwyn associates and keep peripheral awareness of Gaunt's location. 1 minute. Whatever happens, stay close to me, Harry instructed quietly. The ring's protection extends to you as long as you're within arm's reach. 30 seconds. Harry felt the 15 rings pulse in unison, responding to his anticipation of conflict. The synchronized magic flowed through him, ready to be channeled as needed. 0. The lights throughout the atrium flickered momentarily, a signal. From 6 different positions, Selwyn's associates drew their wands in practiced, fluid motions. Not pointing them openly, but preparing to strike. Harry didn't wait for their attack. With precise magical control, he activated the Ravenheart Ring's air manipulation, creating a sudden, powerful downdraft that disrupted the coordinated movement of the would-be attackers. Simultaneously, the Nightshade Ring's shadow control darkened the specific areas where Selwyn's people stood, making it harder for them to target accurately. Orders. Protect the minister, someone shouted, creating immediate confusion, exactly as the Selwyns had planned. In the ensuing chaos, Harry spotted Cadmus Selwyn himself slipping behind a column, his wand now openly in hand. With a subtle gesture, Harry used the Winterwood Ring's plant manipulation to animate the decorative vines adorning the column, which immediately wrapped around Selwyn's wrist and immobilized him. The other attackers recovered quickly, abandoning subtlety for direct action. Spells flew across the atrium, not killing curses, but powerful stunning and incapacitation hexes designed to create maximum confusion while allowing for plausible deniability later. Stay down. Harry commanded, pushing Daphne behind the column as he erected a shield that encompassed both of them. Unlike standard magical shields, this one, powered by the combined strength of the Gryffindor and Black Rings, was visible as a golden dome that deflected incoming spells with ease. Across the room, Aurors were engaging the attackers, but struggling to distinguish friend from foe in the chaos. Kingsley had been successfully evacuated through a security port key, standard procedure for threats against the minister. This is just a distraction, Daphne realized, watching the pattern of the attack. They're not trying to kill anyone, they're creating confusion. Harry nodded grimly. For Gaunt's benefit. Where is he? The answer came in the form of a magical pulse that rippled through the atrium, a wave of power that momentarily disrupted all active spells, including Harry's shield. In the second of vulnerability, Harry felt something latch onto his magical signature, a foreign energy attempting to establish a connection to the rings. "Clever," came a voice directly behind them, where no one had been standing a moment before. Using the Selwyn's petty revenge plot as cover for something much more significant. Harry spun to face a tall, slender man with aristocratic features that held echoes of Tom Riddle, though older and without the serpentine distortions Voldemort had developed. His left cheek bore a silver mark similar to the one on the assassin at Knot Manor, but more elaborate, a runic pattern that seemed to shift when viewed directly. "Arcturus Gaunt, I presume," Harry said, maintaining his shield while positioning himself between Gaunt and Daphne. "A pleasure to finally meet the man who wears my family's ring," Gaunt replied with a slight bow. "Among so many others." Despite the chaos continuing around them, they seemed to exist in a pocket of unnatural calm. Gaunt's doing, Harry realized, noting the subtle boundary of magic that separated them from the ongoing conflict. "Your family ring was claimed by right of conquest," Harry stated, studying the man carefully. The rings provided no warning of immediate danger, which was concerning in itself. "After I defeated Voldemort. Tom was a disappointment," Gaunt said dismissively. "A branch of the family that never understood the true legacy. But you, Harry Potter, you've stumbled upon something extraordinary, haven't you? 15 rings of power, never meant to be united under a single bearer." Harry felt the connection Gaunt had established pulling at his magical core, attempting to create resonance with the rings. With careful precision, he used the Moonshadow ring's harmonizing abilities to disrupt the unwanted synchronization. Gaunt's eyes widened slightly. "You're learning quickly. Most impressive. What do you want?" Harry demanded, maintaining his defensive posture. "To correct an imbalance," Gaunt replied simply. "The 15 rings represent the original pillars of magical Britain, houses that maintained equilibrium between different magical traditions. United under one bearer, they create instability." He gestured vaguely toward the ceiling. "Hence the disturbances you've been experiencing. And you believe they should belong to you instead?" Daphne asked skeptically. Gaunt smiled, a charismatic, almost hypnotic expression. "Not all of them. Just those that align with my magical affinity. A more natural distribution would restore balance." "How convenient that your theory grants you significant power," Harry observed dryly. "No less convenient than your claim to 15 lordships overnight," Gaunt countered smoothly. "The difference is that I understand the history and purpose of these artifacts in ways you cannot possibly comprehend yet." As they spoke, Harry noticed the ongoing battle in the atrium was concluding. The Aurors had successfully captured or driven off most of the Selwyn conspirators. Soon, their private conversation would be interrupted. "You arranged the attack at Knot Manor," Harry stated. "Testing my defenses." "A necessary assessment," Gaunt acknowledged. "The rings adapt to their bearer, developing unique expressions of ancient family magic. I needed to understand how they've changed you." Harry felt a subtle shift in the magical boundary Gaunt had created. It was contracting, intensifying. Whatever the man planned, it was happening now. "And what did you learn?" Harry asked, buying time while preparing his defenses. "That you're a natural vessel for this kind of power," Gaunt replied, genuine admiration in his voice. "But still learning. Still vulnerable to certain, resonance effects." With those words, Gaunt raised his hand, revealing a ring of his own, a crude band of blackened silver that nonetheless radiated ancient power. As he turned it, Harry felt a corresponding pull from the Gaunt ring on his own finger, a magical connection that couldn't be easily broken. "Blood calls to blood," Gaunt intoned, his voice taking on a rhythmic quality. "Magic calls to magic. What was divided seeks reunion. What was scattered seeks restoration." The ritualistic words triggered a surge of power through the connection. Harry felt the Gaunt ring grow painfully hot on his finger as it responded to the summoning magic. With swift decision, Harry activated all 15 rings simultaneously, not fighting the connection but using it, channeling his own magic back through the link Gaunt had established. The combined power of 15 ancient family magics flowed through the connection, overwhelming Gaunt's carefully controlled ritual. The man staggered backward, his eyes widening in shock as magical energy rebounded through his own ring. "Impossible," he gasped. "You shouldn't be able to synchronize the rings already." Harry finished, advancing as Gaunt retreated. "I'm a quick study." The magical boundary between them and the rest of the atrium collapsed as Gaunt's concentration broke. Immediately, Aurors began to approach, wands drawn. "This is only the beginning, Potter," Gaunt said, regaining his composure despite the failed ritual. "The rings cannot remain united. The magic of Britain itself will reject such an imbalance." Before Harry could respond, Gaunt activated some form of port key, not standard ministry-regulated transportation, but something older and less restricted. In a swirl of silver light, he vanished from the atrium, leaving only a lingering trace of ancient magic. "Harry!" Hermione's voice cut through the commotion as she rushed toward them, Ron close behind. "Are you all right? What happened?" "I'm fine," Harry assured her, checking that Daphne was unharmed as well. "But we have a bigger problem than we realized." As the immediate crisis subsided and ministry officials began restoring order to the atrium, Harry noticed something concerning. The magical disturbances Hermione had reported earlier were manifesting here in the ministry itself. Subtle at first, enchanted decorations behaving erratically, magical lights fluctuating in intensity, but growing more pronounced by the minute. "We need to leave," Harry decided, noting the increasingly unstable magic surrounding them. "Now. What's happening?" Ron asked, looking around at the strange magical phenomena beginning to manifest. "The confrontation with Gaunt accelerated something," Harry explained, guiding them toward the nearest exit. "The rings are reacting to the attempted ritual." They had nearly reached the exit when Harry felt a sudden, sharp pain in his hand. The Gaunt ring was burning hot against his skin, pulsing with chaotic energy. A moment later, the other rings began to respond in kind, each flaring with its distinct magical signature. "Harry, your hands!" Hermione gasped. Looking down, Harry saw that all 15 rings had become visible, each glowing with intense light. More concerning, the magic between them was visibly arcing, crackling energy jumping from ring to ring in an increasingly unstable pattern. "Everyone back!" Harry warned, stepping away from his friends as the magical discharge intensified. The ring's energy coalesced into a swirling vortex centered on Harry, lifting him several inches off the ground as raw magical power surged through his body. Through the pain and disorientation, he fought to regain control, using the Moonshadow ring's harmonizing ability to stabilize the others. For a moment, it seemed to work. The chaotic energy began to settle into a more coherent pattern, the painful arcing between rings subsiding. Then, with a final surge of power, the magical energy exploded outward in a concentric wave that swept through the entire atrium. Where the wave passed, reality itself seemed to briefly distort, objects transforming temporarily into other materials, gravity reversing, time flowing at different rates in different areas. Ministry workers and guests alike found themselves momentarily affected by strange magical phenomena, growing or shrinking, floating or sinking, aging or rejuvenating before the effects dissipated. As suddenly as it had begun, the magical storm subsided. Harry dropped back to the floor, the rings once again invisible but their presence still keenly felt. The atrium had been transformed, not damaged, exactly, but fundamentally changed. Marble columns now contained veins of pure gold. Decorative plants had grown to magnificent proportions. The enchanted ceiling displayed astronomical configurations that wouldn't naturally occur for centuries. That, Daphne said into the stunned silence that followed, was definitely not part of the evening's entertainment. Ministry officials were already moving to control the situation, though they looked as bewildered as everyone else. In the confusion, Harry took the opportunity to gather his friends and make a discreet exit before anyone could connect the magical event directly to him. Outside the ministry, in a quiet side street, Harry finally had a moment to assess what had happened. The rings had temporarily stabilized, but he could feel that the underlying issue remained unresolved. Gaunt wasn't entirely wrong, he admitted reluctantly. The rings are creating magical instability. The disturbances are getting worse. Then maybe you should consider what he said about redistributing them, Hermione suggested gently. It's not that simple, Harry replied, examining his hands where the rings had once again become invisible. They've bonded to me magically. Separating them now could be dangerous, possibly more dangerous than keeping them together. There has to be a solution, Ron insisted. Some way to stabilize the magic without giving up the power you need to finish what you've started. Harry nodded thoughtfully. The Black Library might have information about similar magical artifacts. And there's something else. Gaunt mentioned the original pillars of magical Britain. That suggests these rings were created with a specific purpose in mind. A purpose that might explain how to properly use them, Daphne concluded. Exactly. We need to research the historical connection between these 15 houses. Harry looked at each of them in turn. This doesn't change our immediate plans. The Selwyns and Yaxleys still need to be dealt with. But we need to understand what we're dealing with before the magical disturbances become truly dangerous. As they prepared to apparate back to Grimmauld Place, Harry felt a subtle shift in the ring's magic, as if something fundamental had changed during the confrontation with Gaunt. The 15 distinct magical signatures were communicating with each other more coherently now, exchanging information in ways he hadn't experienced before. Knowledge began to filter through this enhanced connection, fragments of memory from previous bearers, glimpses of ancient rituals, hints of the ring's true purpose. Nothing complete, nothing fully formed, but enough to suggest a path forward. I need to access the Department of Mysteries, Harry decided suddenly. Their Hall of Records should contain information about the original formation of the Wizengamot and the 15 founding houses. After what just happened in the atrium. Hermione looked skeptical. They're hardly likely to grant you access. They will if Kingsley supports the request, Harry countered. Especially if I frame it as research to prevent further magical disturbances. Back at Grimmauld Place, as the others began researching in the Black Library, Harry retreated to the master bedroom to examine the rings more carefully. Something had changed, he was certain of it. The painful discharge of energy had somehow reconfigured the magical connections between them. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Harry removed each ring in turn, studying it with his enhanced perception before replacing it. The Potter ring's ruby seemed to pulse with an internal light that synchronized perfectly with his heartbeat. The black ring's onyx surface now contained tiny constellations that shifted and moved when observed closely. Each ring showed similar subtle changes, evidence of their continued adaptation to his magic. When all 15 were removed and arranged in a circle before him, Harry noticed something he hadn't seen before, faint lines of magical energy connecting them in a complex pattern. Not a simple circle, but an intricate geometric form that reminded him of ancient ritual diagrams he'd seen in Hermione's advanced arithmancy texts. A magical circuit, he murmured to himself, recognizing the pattern. They're designed to channel power in specific configurations. As he studied the connections, an insight struck him: the rings weren't meant to be worn all at once by a single bearer, but they were meant to work together. The 15 houses had originally formed a magical council or circle, with power distributed but interconnected. Which meant that Arcturus Gaunt was partially right, the current arrangement was creating instability. But his solution, to claim some of the rings for himself, would only create a different kind of imbalance. The true answer lay somewhere in between. The rings needed to remain connected in their proper configuration, but the power they channeled had to be distributed more evenly to prevent the building magical pressure that had caused the explosion in the Ministry. Harry replaced the rings one by one, feeling their magic settle more comfortably now that he better understood their nature. The final piece of the puzzle remained elusive: how to maintain the rings' united power while addressing the instability they created, but he felt closer to a solution. A soft knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. "Harry?" Daphne called. "There's something you should see." In the library, Hermione had uncovered a medieval manuscript describing the founding of the Wizengamot. "It's not explicit about the rings," she explained, "but it mentions a circle of 15, who bound their magic to the land, during the formation of the first magical government in Britain. According to this passage, she continued, pointing to a faded illustration showing 15 figures arranged in a circle around a central stone, they created a magical foundation that would sustain the balance of powers and prevent any single tradition from dominating the others. It's essentially a magical checks and balances system. Ron looked up from another text. And this one mentions that each founding family contributed a vessel of their essence to the ritual. Could be referring to the rings. It fits with what I've discovered, Harry confirmed. The rings form a magical circuit, a system for channeling and balancing power between different magical traditions. When united under a single bearer, that balance is disrupted. So Gaunt was right? Daphne asked. Partially. The rings shouldn't all be worn by one person indefinitely. But simply distributing them randomly wouldn't solve the problem either. They need to be connected in their proper configuration, with bearers who represent complementary magical approaches. Like the original council, Hermione realized. Representatives of different magical traditions working together. Exactly. Harry paced the library, thinking rapidly. But in the short term, I still need all 15 to complete what I've started. The Selwyns and Yaxleys won't respond to anything less than overwhelming power. So we need a temporary solution, Daphne concluded. Something to stabilize the rings until you can properly redistribute them. Harry nodded, decision made. Tomorrow we deal with the Selwyns and Yaxleys. Then I'll visit the Department of Mysteries to research a stabilization method. And we need to learn more about Arcturus Gaunt, his true identity and intentions. As his friends continued their research, Harry stood by the window, looking out over nighttime London. The confrontation with Gaunt had revealed both danger and opportunity, danger in the growing magical instability, opportunity in the new insights about the ring's true purpose. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, but tonight had confirmed what Harry had suspected since first claiming the rings: they were meant for something greater than mere wealth and political power. They were tools for reshaping magical Britain at its foundations, for establishing a new balance that could prevent the rise of future Dark Lords. And despite Gaunt's interference, despite the Selwyns' resistance, Harry was more determined than ever to see that transformation through to its conclusion. Chapter 3, Blood and gold morning light crept through the windows of Grimmauld Place, illuminating a house that hadn't known proper rest in days. In the kitchen, Creature prepared breakfast with unusual quietness, his aged eyes darting occasionally toward the ceiling where his master had finally succumbed to exhaustion mere hours ago. Harry stood at his bedroom window, watching the sunrise despite having not slept. Dark circles shadowed his eyes, but the rings kept his mind sharp and his body functioning beyond normal human limitations. 3 days had passed since the incident at the Ministry Gala. 3 days of planning, researching, and preparing for the next phase of his campaign against Voldemort's supporters. On his desk lay detailed financial records of the Selwyn and Yaxley families, their business holdings, investment portfolios, and the complex web of shell companies they used to obscure their more questionable activities. Beside these papers sat a separate folder containing information on the Lestrange fortune, a vast repository of gold and artifacts that had remained frozen since Bellatrix's death, awaiting ministry determination of the legal heirs. The rings pulsed subtly against his skin, responding to his intentions. The black ring in particular seemed eager for him to claim the Lestrange assets, given the family connection through Bellatrix's marriage. A soft knock interrupted his thoughts. "Come in," Harry called, not turning from the window. Hermione entered, carrying a steaming mug of coffee. She paused, taking in the untouched bed and the scattered papers. "You didn't sleep again," she said. "Not a question. The rings provide what I need." Harry accepted the coffee with a nod of thanks. Hermione studied his face, concern evident in her expression. "They provide energy, Harry, not rest. There's a difference." "We don't have time for rest," he replied, gesturing to the documents. "The Selwyns have accelerated their plans since the gala. They're liquidating assets and moving gold offshore. If we wait even a few more days, there will be nothing left to seize." And that justifies pushing yourself beyond human limits. Hermione set a small vial on the desk. Dreamless sleep. You need it. Harry smiled faintly. Since when do you advocate potion shortcuts? Since my best friend started exhibiting clear signs of magical exhaustion while simultaneously denying it. She crossed her arms. The rings may suppress the symptoms, but they can't eliminate the need indefinitely. Before Harry could respond, another knock came at the door, and Ron entered with Daphne close behind. Morning, Ron greeted, his casual tone belied by the worried glance he exchanged with Hermione. Kingsley sent an owl. The Wizengamot has scheduled an emergency session for this afternoon. Something about addressing recent magical disturbances and regulatory measures for historical artifacts. They're moving against the rings, Daphne translated, stepping further into the room. Like Harry, she looked immaculately put together despite the early hour. Unlike him, the effect came from careful grooming rather than magical enhancement. The Selwyns must have pressured their allies in the Ministry. It won't work, Harry said with calm certainty. The rings predate the Ministry itself. Their authority supersedes any modern legislation. That won't stop them from trying, Hermione pointed out. And a protracted legal battle would give the remaining families time to hide their assets. Harry nodded, decision made. Then we move immediately. The Selwyns this morning, the Yaxleys by midday. I'll attend the Wizengamot session after both are dealt with. Cutting it close, Ron observed. Intentionally, Harry replied. Walking into the Wizengamot directly after dismantling 2 more pureblood fortunes will demonstrate that their regulatory attempts are too little, too late. Daphne smiled approvingly. Political theater. The Selwyns want to use the Wizengamot as a shield, you'll turn it into a stage instead. Hermione looked less convinced. Harry, we need to talk about what happened at the Ministry Gala. The magical disturbances are getting worse. Just yesterday, a section of Diagon Alley experienced a localized time acceleration, plants grew a month's worth in minutes, food spoiled instantly. I'm aware, Harry acknowledged. That's why we need to finish this quickly. Once the Death Eater families are dealt with, I can focus on properly stabilizing the rings. And if Gaunt makes another move before then? Ron asked. He will, Harry stated with certainty. But not until he's better prepared. Our last encounter didn't go as he planned. The conversation was interrupted by Creature announcing breakfast was ready. As they made their way downstairs, Hermione pulled Harry back slightly. There's something else, she said quietly. I've been monitoring the Daily Prophet's letters section. Not everyone supports what you're doing, Harry. There are concerns about collateral damage, family members who weren't involved with Voldemort losing their homes, livelihoods. Sacrifices for the greater good, Harry replied, though something in his tone suggested he wasn't entirely comfortable with the phrase. That doesn't sound like you, Hermione said gently. For a brief moment, uncertainty flickered across Harry's features, a glimpse of the friend she knew beneath the powerful lord he'd become. Then the rings pulsed, and his expression settled back into resolute determination. I'll minimize civilian impact where possible, he conceded. But I won't slow the campaign. Too much is at stake. Breakfast was a strategic council as much as a meal. Between bites of toast and eggs, they finalized their approach to the Selwyn and Yaxley families. The Selwyn's primary vulnerability is their banking operation, Daphne explained, referring to notes she'd prepared. Selwyn Financial holds loans for half the businesses in Diagon Alley. Their interest rates are extortionate, but most owners have no alternatives due to Gringotts' strict lending policies. And as Lord Black, you control significant shares in 3 competing magical banks on the continent, she continued. If you were to establish a branch in London offering refinancing at reasonable rates, their loan portfolio would collapse overnight, Harry finished. Perfect. Ron looked thoughtful. They'll see it coming, though. After what happened to the Parkinsons and Knotts, they'll have contingencies. Indeed, Daphne agreed. My sources indicate they've already transferred their most valuable collateral to offshore vaults. Physical gold, gemstones, artifacts. That's where Fleur comes in, Harry said. Bill mentioned she's been promoted to International Accounts Liaison at Gringotts. She can flag those transfers for special inspection under the post-war financial regulations. Delay but not prevention, Hermione noted. We don't need to prevent the transfers entirely, Harry explained. Just slow them down long enough to execute the next phase. He turned to Ron. How quickly can George set up a demonstration of the new Weasley's Wizard Wheezes Financial Services Division? Ron grinned. You mean the division that doesn't exist yet? Give him until noon. He'll love this. Good. Make sure he emphasizes the Potterblack financial backing and the special refinancing options for businesses affected by Death Eater policies during the war. As they continued planning, Harry felt the rings resonating with his intentions, almost eager for the day's work to begin. Each seemed to contribute its own strategic insights, the black ring highlighting weaknesses in old family defenses, the flannel ring suggesting alchemical approaches to gold verification, the Slytherin ring providing cunning alternatives to direct confrontation. The sensation was both exhilarating and disturbing. Harry couldn't always distinguish which thoughts were entirely his own and which were influenced by the ring's ancient magic. 2 hours later, they stood in Diagon Alley outside a newly transfigured storefront next to Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. Where yesterday there had been an empty shop space, today stood an impressive facade bearing the name, Phoenix Financial Services, in gleaming gold letters. A line of curious business owners had already formed, attracted by the promotional flyers George's team had distributed throughout the shopping district. Subtle, Daphne commented dryly, eyeing the animated phoenix that periodically burst into flame above the entrance before reforming. George doesn't do subtle, Ron replied with pride. But he does get results. Inside, the hastily created bank looked remarkably legitimate. Bill Weasley, taking a day's leave from Gringotts, sat at the main desk reviewing loan applications. Fleur moved gracefully between stations, her Partvila charm helping to put nervous business owners at ease as they considered refinancing their Selwyn loans. Mr. Ollivander just signed, Bill reported as Harry approached. So did Madame Malkin and the owners of Flourish and Blots. Word is spreading fast. Excellent. Any response from Selwyn Financial yet? Their representatives have been watching from across the street for the past hour, Bill confirmed. They've sent 3 messengers to their main office already. Harry nodded. They'll be contacting their account holders, offering rate reductions to prevent defection. Let them. Every concession they make reduces their profit margin. And depletes their liquid reserves, Daphne added with satisfaction. They'll be dipping into their emergency funds by midday. As if on cue, a distinguished wizard in expensive business robes entered the bank, his expression a careful mask of professional courtesy that didn't quite hide his concern. Alexander Abbott, Daphne whispered. Senior partner at Selwyn Financial. Harry stepped forward to greet him. Mr. Abbott. What brings Selwyn Financial to our humble new establishment? Abbott's smile was strained. Lord Potter. An impressive operation you've assembled on such short notice. I was hoping we might discuss this, unexpected competition in a more private setting. Of course. Harry gestured toward a small conference room at the back. Please, after you. Once the door closed behind them, Abbott's professional facade cracked slightly. Lord Potter, I'll be direct. This obvious attempt to undermine Selwyn Financial isn't just business rivalry, it's targeted economic warfare. A dramatic characterization, Harry replied mildly. I prefer to see it as expanding financial options for businesses previously subjected to monopolistic practices. The Selwyn family has provided financial services to magical Britain for 12 generations, Abbott countered. Our expertise, your expertise in exploiting vulnerable business owners during and after both wizarding wars is indeed noteworthy, Harry interrupted, his tone hardening. As is your practice of foreclosing on Muggle-born-owned establishments to resell to pureblood interests at favorable terms. Abbott paled slightly. Those are serious accusations. Documented accusations. Harry produced a folder from within his robes. Financial records from the Black family archives detailing precisely how Selwyn Financial collaborated with Death Eaters to systematically strip assets from targeted businesses. Lord Black was never directly involved, which is why these records remained unused until now, Harry agreed. But they exist nonetheless. Alongside evidence that Cadmus Selwyn personally financed the acquisition of cursed objects used in attacks on Muggleborns during both wars. Abbott was silent for a moment, reassessing his position. What exactly do you want, Lord Potter? Complete financial transparency for all Selwyn accounts. Immediate cessation of all discriminatory lending practices. And reparations to businesses harmed by your predatory policies during the war. That would bankrupt the firm, Abbott protested. Not necessarily. If implemented with a phased approach over 5 years, the Selwyn financial infrastructure could survive, transformed but intact. And if we refuse? Harry smiled thinly. Then by close of business today, Phoenix Financial will have acquired over 60% of your loan portfolio at discounted rates, the evidence of financial crimes will be submitted to the DMLE, and the remaining Selwyn assets will be frozen pending investigation. The ultimatum hung in the air between them. Abbott's expression shifted from shock to calculation to resignation. You've left no room for negotiation, he observed finally. On the contrary, I'm offering an alternative to complete destruction. That is the negotiation. Harry stood, indicating the meeting was concluding. You have until 3 o'clock this afternoon to present the terms to Cadmus Selwyn and provide his response. As Abbott left, visibly shaken, Ron entered the conference room. That went well, he commented, having observed through a one-way window. Think they'll accept? Cadmus won't, Harry replied confidently. He's too ideologically committed. But the other partners will force his hand when they realize the alternative. By noon, the impact on Selwyn Financial was already visible. Their main office in Diagon Alley had closed its doors, for renovation, a transparent excuse to avoid the stream of clients requesting loan transfers. Phoenix Financial had processed over 40 applications, with more arriving every hour. As Harry, Ron and Daphne prepared to leave for the Yaxley estate, Hermione arrived with troubling news. There's been another incident, she reported, pulling Harry aside. A magical surge in Hogsmeade. The 3 broomsticks transformed into actual broomsticks for nearly 10 minutes before reverting. No injuries, but significant confusion and panic. Harry frowned. That's different from the previous disturbances. More whimsical. And more powerful, Hermione emphasized. The Department of Mysteries is tracking a pattern. The disturbances are evolving, becoming more intentional rather than random. As if the ambient magic is developing a consciousness of its own, Harry murmured, the rings warming against his fingers as he considered the implications. Exactly. Harry, this is beyond anything we've encountered before. We need to prioritize stabilizing the rings. After the Yaxleys, he insisted. We're too close to stopping now. Hermione looked as though she wanted to argue further but instead handed him a small leather-bound journal. I found this in the Black Library. It mentions a ritual for redistributing concentrated family magic without breaking the underlying connections. Harry accepted the journal with genuine gratitude. Thank you. I'll review it tonight. Just be careful at the Yaxley estate, she warned. Their security will be at maximum alert after what's happened with the Selwyns this morning. The Yaxley ancestral home stood on a windswept promontory overlooking the North Sea, a fortress as much as a manor, with stone walls that had withstood centuries of magical and mundane conflicts. Unlike the Selwyns' financial empire, the Yaxleys' power derived from control over magical law enforcement training and equipment, a monopoly carefully cultivated through generations of strategic marriage and political appointments. Charming place, Ron commented as they approached the imposing gates. We torture muggles for fun aesthetic. The Yaxleys predate the statute of secrecy, Daphne explained. This fortress was built during a time when magical families openly ruled their territories. Harry studied the ancient wards shimmering around the property, far more sophisticated than those at the Avery estate, incorporating elements he recognized from his work breaking into Gringotts during the war. Corban Yaxley was head of magical law enforcement under Voldemort's regime, he recalled. These security measures include recent ministry innovations. Can you break them? Ron asked. Harry nodded, feeling the rings respond to the magical challenge. Yes, but we won't need to. The Winterwood Ring grants access to any property built on Old Forest land, which includes this entire coastline. He placed his hand against the weathered stone beside the gate, activating the Winterwood Ring's connection to the land itself. Ancient magic recognized ancient rights, the wards parted like a curtain, creating an opening just wide enough for them to pass through. That's convenient, Ron observed as they stepped onto Yaxley property. The founders understood the importance of diplomatic immunity, Daphne explained. The Winterwood family served as mediators between magical houses. They needed guaranteed access even to hostile territories. As they approached the main fortress, a contingent of security wizards emerged, not family members but hired professionals, their stance and positioning indicating advanced combat training. Lord Potter, called their leader, a scarred wizard Harry vaguely recognized as a former Auror. This is private property. State your business. I'm here to speak with Cornelius Yaxley regarding his family's control of magical law enforcement equipment contracts, Harry replied calmly. Lord Yaxley is not receiving visitors, the security wizard stated flatly. Harry smiled. I'm not a visitor. I'm Lord Winterwood, among other titles, and this land remembers its original owners. To demonstrate his point, Harry knelt and placed his palm against the ground. The Winterwood ring glowed visibly as he connected with the ancient magic beneath the fortress. In response, the very earth seemed to sigh, a gentle tremor ran through the grounds, and dormant seeds that had waited centuries for this moment suddenly sprouted, sending vines climbing up the fortress walls with impossible speed. The security wizards backed away, alarmed by the display of elemental magic. You can inform Lord Yaxley that he has two choices, Harry continued, rising to his feet. Meet with me now, or I'll revoke the Winterwood permission that allows this fortress to exist on my ancestral land. This was no idle threat. The Winterwood ring's connection to the land revealed that the fortress had been built with explicit magical permission from the original family, permission that could theoretically be withdrawn, with catastrophic consequences for the structure. 5 minutes later, they were escorted into a grand hall dominated by a massive fireplace and decorated with weapons and shields from various historical periods. Cornelius Yaxley awaited them, a robust man in his 60s with a military bearing and cold, calculating eyes. Unlike the Selwyns or Averys, Yaxley made no pretense of politeness. Potter, he acknowledged curtly. You've made your point with that little display outside. What do you want? Harry appreciated the directness. Your family has controlled the production and distribution of magical law enforcement equipment for nearly a century. During both wars, you ensured that ministry forces were subtly undermined, delayed shipments, defective shield cloaks, wands with tracking charms. Yaxley's expression remained impassive. Unsubstantiated accusations. Actually, fully documented, Harry corrected, nodding to Ron, who produced a folder of evidence compiled from ministry records and Auror testimony. Your cooperation with Death Eaters wasn't ideological like the Selwyns, it was purely pragmatic. You sold to the highest bidder and ensured neither side could gain a decisive advantage. A hint of something, perhaps respect, flickered in Yaxley's eyes. Business is business, Potter. The ministry underfunds its law enforcement divisions while demanding cutting-edge equipment. Someone has to make up the difference. By selling the same enchantment secrets to criminals. Ron asked sharply, his personal stake as an Auror trainee evident. By recognizing that artificial scarcity benefits no one except equipment manufacturers, Harry countered, surprising both Ron and Yaxley with his response. The Auror Force is understaffed and under-equipped because your family has artificially inflated prices while deliberately limiting innovation. Yaxley studied Harry with newfound interest. You're not here to shut us down. No. I'm here to transform your operation. Harry stepped forward, his approach more businessman than avenger. The Flammel and Ravenheart rings grant access to enchantment techniques that would revolutionize protective equipment. Combined with your production infrastructure, we could double Auror effectiveness while actually reducing ministry costs. And my family's profit margin? Yaxley asked bluntly. Would shift from high-margin, low-volume luxury items to lower-margin, higher-volume standard equipment, with exclusive contracts for specialized applications. Harry met his gaze directly. Your overall revenue would increase within 3 years, and more importantly, your family name would be rehabilitated through association with improved Auror safety. It was a business proposition, not an ultimatum, a distinction not lost on Yaxley, who had survived multiple regime changes through pragmatic adaptation. You're not what I expected, Potter, he said after a thoughtful pause. Cadmus Selwyn described you as a vengeful crusader intent on destroying pureblood families. I'm interested in justice, not destruction, Harry replied. Families that refuse to adapt will fall. Those willing to transform can thrive in the new order. And my brother Corbon's actions during the war will have consequences, Harry acknowledged. But those consequences need not extend to the entire Yaxley business enterprise if properly separated. Their negotiation continued for another hour, delving into technical details of enchantment patents, manufacturing processes, and distribution networks. Throughout, Harry demonstrated knowledge that surprised even Daphne, insights into magical manufacturing that could only have come from the rings themselves. Eventually, they reached an agreement more collaborative than coercive. The Yaxley production facilities would be restructured under joint oversight, with Harry's Flammel enchantments integrated into a new line of protective equipment available to all qualified magical law enforcement globally. As they prepared to leave, Cornelius Yaxley asked a question that caught Harry off guard. My nephew attends Hogwarts, 7th year Slytherin. What future do you envision for the next generation of families like mine, Potter? The question gave Harry pause, touching on something he'd avoided confronting directly, the long-term human impact of his campaign against Voldemort supporters. A future based on merit rather than blood status, he answered finally. Where your nephew's opportunities depend on his choices rather than his surname. It may be a harder path initially, but ultimately a more just one. Yaxley nodded slowly. He didn't choose our family's past alliances. No, Harry agreed. Which is why I'm offering a transition rather than elimination. The past cannot be changed, but the future remains unwritten. Outside the fortress, as they prepared to apparate to the ministry for the Wisingamot session, Ron gave voice to thoughts that had been building since their arrival. That was, different from what I expected, he admitted. I thought we came here to dismantle another Death Eater family business. The Yaxleys aren't ideologues like the Selwyns, Daphne explained. They're opportunists who backed Voldemort because it seemed profitable, not out of blood purity conviction. Even so, Ron persisted, turning to Harry. This approach is different from how you handled the Parkinsons or what you planned for the Selwyns. It's more, I don't know, constructive. Harry considered this, feeling the rings pulse gently against his skin. Each family requires a different approach based on their specific crimes and willingness to reform. The Parkinsons actively facilitated Death Eater operations. The Selwyns financed attacks on Muggleborns. The Yaxleys were opportunistic suppliers to both sides. So it's proportional justice, Ron suggested. Something like that, Harry agreed, though something in his expression suggested the decision process wasn't quite as coldly logical as he presented it. The truth, which Harry kept to himself, was that something had shifted during their meeting with Yaxley. The mention of his nephew, a student at Hogwarts who had never participated in his family's crimes, had triggered memories of Harry's own school days, when he'd fought against being judged by his connection to Voldemort. The parallel wasn't perfect, but it had been enough to make him question the broader impact of his campaign. The rings had responded to this internal conflict in unexpected ways. Where previously they had emphasized power and righteous retribution, now they seemed to be offering alternative perspectives: the Winterwood ring's connection to growth and renewal, the Gryffindor ring's association with protection rather than vengeance, the Flamel ring's focus on transformation rather than destruction. Harry couldn't tell if the rings were changing him, or if he was changing how the rings expressed their magic. Either way, he felt a subtle shift in their combined purpose, still focused on justice, but perhaps with a more nuanced understanding of what true justice entailed. The Ministry of Magic hummed with unusual activity as they arrived for the emergency Wizengamot session. News of the morning's events had spread quickly. Selwyn Financial's impending restructuring and the unexpected partnership with the Yaxleys had created a buzz of speculation about which family would be next. "Quite the entrance you've manufactured," Daphne observed as heads turned their way in the atrium. The conquering hero returning from the battlefield just in time for the political debate. "Timing is everything in politics," Harry replied, straightening his formal robes. The 15 rings remained invisible, but their presence was evident in his bearing and the subtle aura of power that surrounded him. As they approached the Wizengamot chambers, Kingsley intercepted them. "Harry," he greeted with formal cordiality that didn't quite hide his concern. "A word before the session begins." In a private antechamber, the minister's professional mask slipped slightly. "3 magical disturbances during your meeting with Yaxley," he reported without preamble. "A village in Cornwall temporarily transformed to pure crystal. A section of the Thames flowing backward for 17 minutes. And every magical portrait in Britain simultaneously speaking in verse for approximately 30 seconds. Harry frowned. "The incidents are accelerating. And growing more powerful," Kingsley confirmed. "The Department of Mysteries is tracking the pattern. They believe the disturbances are centered around locations you've recently visited while wearing all 15 rings." "That matches our research," Harry acknowledged. "The rings were never meant to be united under a single bearer for extended periods. They're creating magical instability." "Then perhaps you should consider redistributing them," Kingsley suggested carefully. "Or at least limiting their use until a solution is found." "After the Wizengamot session," Harry promised. "Once I've addressed the Lestrange fortune, I'll have completed the most critical phase of holding Voldemort's supporters accountable." Kingsley studied him with the shrewd assessment of a seasoned auror. "The rings have changed you, Harry. Not necessarily for the worse, but changed nonetheless." "I'm still myself," Harry insisted, though even as he spoke, he wondered if that was entirely true. The rings had enhanced his abilities, sharpened his focus, and granted him knowledge beyond his years. Where did their influence end and his true self begin? "I hope so," Kingsley replied simply. "Because the Harry Potter I know would recognize when power begins to become an end rather than a means." The Wizengamot chamber had been restored to its pre-war grandeur, with the curved rows of seats arranged around the central speaking floor. As Harry entered and took his place, or rather, places, as he now controlled 15 votes, he noted the strategic positioning of various factions. Cadmus Selwyn sat with his remaining allies, his face a mask of barely controlled fury. Newer Wizengamot members, primarily those who had opposed Voldemort, clustered together on the opposite side. Between them sat the neutral families and ministry appointees who would ultimately determine the outcome of today's vote. Augusta Longbottom, serving as chief warlock, called the session to order. "This emergency session has been convened to address 2 matters of pressing concern: the recent magical disturbances affecting multiple locations throughout Britain, and the proposed Magical Artifact Regulatory Act submitted by Lord Selwyn." Selwyn rose immediately when recognized. "Esteemed colleagues, the events of recent days have demonstrated the danger of allowing ancient magical artifacts of immense power to remain unregulated. The disturbances plaguing our nation are directly tied to the unprecedented concentration of family magics in the hands of a single wizard." Murmurs spread through the chamber as all eyes turned to Harry, who remained calmly seated. I propose, Selwyn continued, that any magical artifact capable of causing widespread disruption be placed under ministry oversight. Furthermore, no individual should be permitted to wield multiple family magics without proper registration, monitoring, and limitations. It was a transparently self-serving proposal, an attempt to use regulation to accomplish what Selwyn couldn't achieve through direct confrontation. Yet Harry noted with interest that many neutral members appeared to be considering it seriously, concerned by the increasingly dangerous magical disturbances. When Selwyn finished, Augusta recognized Harry. "Lord Potterblack holds the floor." Harry rose, feeling the subtle support of the rings as he addressed the assembly. "The proposal before us today represents neither genuine concern for public safety nor sound magical policy. It represents a desperate attempt by those who supported Voldemort to shield themselves from accountability." His voice carried effortlessly through the chamber, enhanced by the Stormcaller ring's influence over emotional currents. "The magical disturbances are indeed concerning, and yes, they are connected to the 15 lordship rings I currently hold. But these disturbances are temporary, a natural adjustment as ancient family magics reawaken after generations of dormancy." This was not entirely accurate, but Harry needed to buy time. More importantly, the proposed regulation would establish a dangerous precedent of ministry interference with family magic that predates the ministry itself. Such magic is governed by older laws and covenants that cannot be overridden by modern legislation without risking far greater magical instability. As he spoke, Harry felt the rings responding to his words, almost guiding his argument. The Black Ring provided political insights into the chamber's power dynamics. The Gryffindor ring bolstered his natural authority. The Slytherin ring suggested subtle phrasings that would appeal to different factions. Rather than hasty regulation, Harry continued, "I propose an alternative, the establishment of a research committee within the Department of Mysteries, tasked with studying the interaction between ancient family magics and modern magical governance. This committee would include representatives from the original 15 founding families, ensuring that historical knowledge informs our approach to these unique magical phenomena." It was a masterful counter, acknowledging the legitimate concern while redirecting it towards study rather than regulation. Harry could see the calculation in many members' eyes as they weighed the options. The debate continued for nearly an hour, with various members speaking for and against both proposals. Throughout, Harry maintained a commanding presence, responding to challenges with a combination of historical knowledge and practical solutions that gradually shifted momentum in his favor. Near the end of the session, he played his final card. "Before we vote, there is one additional matter I wish to address, the disposition of the Lestrange fortune, which has remained frozen since the death of Bellatrix Lestrange." This caught many by surprise, as it hadn't been on the official agenda. Augusta frowned but allowed him to continue. "As Lord Black, I have a legitimate claim to these assets through family connection. However, I propose that rather than claiming them personally, these funds be used to establish a reparations trust for victims of both wizarding wars. The Lestrange vault contains approximately 12 million galleons, sufficient to provide meaningful compensation to hundreds of families who lost loved ones or livelihoods." The chamber fell silent as the implications sank in. It was a politically brilliant move, simultaneously demonstrating Harry's commitment to justice rather than personal enrichment, while preventing the Lestrange fortune from potentially reverting to remaining Death Eater sympathizers through distant family connections. This trust would be administered by a board including representatives from St. Mungo's, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and independent victim advocacy groups, Harry continued. Full transparency would be mandatory, with quarterly reports available to the public. Even Selwyn couldn't openly oppose such a proposal without appearing to defend the Lestrange's ill-gotten gains. When the votes were finally tallied, Harry's counter-proposal passed by a comfortable margin, and his Lestrange Reparations Trust was approved unanimously. As the session concluded, Daphne joined him at the chamber entrance. "Masterfully played," she commended. "Selwyn never stood a chance once you redirected the conversation from regulation to research." "It's only a temporary solution," Harry acknowledged, feeling the ring's pulse with increasing urgency against his skin. The magical disturbances will continue until I find a more permanent answer. Speaking of which, Daphne said more quietly, a message arrived during the session. Hermione thinks she's found something important in the Department of Mysteries archives, records about the original purpose of the 15 rings. Harry's interest sharpened. Where is she now? Waiting for us in the Hall of Records. She says it's too sensitive to discuss elsewhere. The Department of Mysteries remained as enigmatic as ever, its circular entrance hall designed to confuse intruders. With Kingsley's authorization, however, they were escorted directly to the Hall of Records, a vast repository of magical knowledge deemed too historically significant to destroy but too dangerous for general access. Hermione awaited them among towering shelves of ancient scrolls, books, and memory crystals. Her hair was wild from hours of intense research, but her eyes gleamed with the excitement of discovery. I found it, she announced without preamble as they approached. The original purpose of the 15 rings and why their unification is causing such disruption. She led them to a reading table where an ancient leather-bound volume lay open beside several unfurled scrolls covered in archaic runic script. These are the personal journals of Ignatia Wildsmith, the inventor of Flo powder and, more importantly for us, the last recorded keeper of the complete historical record of the founding 15. Hermione pointed to a particular passage, translating the ancient runes as she spoke. The 15 rings were forged not merely as symbols of authority but as a magical binding, a covenant between the first organized wizarding families of Britain and the land itself. Each ring embodies a different aspect of magic, a different approach to wielding power. Together, they form a balanced whole that sustains and regulates the flow of magic throughout our isles. Harry leaned closer, feeling the rings warm in response to the ancient text. That aligns with what we've discovered about their function as a magical circuit. There's more, Hermione continued. According to Wildsmith, the founding 15 created the rings during a period of magical instability following the Roman withdrawal from Britain. Wild magic was manifesting unpredictably, similar to the disturbances we're experiencing now. So the rings were the solution, not the cause, Daphne realized. Exactly. They established a balanced magical governance that regulated how power flowed through Britain's ley lines and magical communities. Hermione turned to another passage. When properly distributed among worthy bearers representing complementary magical traditions, the rings create harmony. When concentrated, they create discord, as magic itself rebels against imbalance. Harry absorbed this information, feeling the truth of it resonate with the rings themselves. So the disturbances aren't just a side effect, they're a deliberate safety mechanism built into the rings to prevent any one person from holding too much power for too long. Precisely, Hermione confirmed. And according to Wildsmith, there's a specific configuration for optimal balance, a geographic distribution that aligns with Britain's major ley line intersections. She unrolled a yellowed map showing the British Isles crisscrossed with glowing lines of magical energy. 15 points were marked where these lines intersected, each labeled with a family name corresponding to one of the rings. The rings are meant to be positioned at these specific locations, worn by suitable bearers who serve as anchors for Britain's magical network, Hermione explained. When properly aligned, they don't just prevent disasters, they actively enhance magical prosperity throughout the nation. This changes everything, Harry murmured, studying the map intently. It's not just about my campaign against Death Eater families, it's about restoring a fundamental magical balance that's been disrupted for centuries. As they discussed the implications, Harry felt a sudden, sharp pain in his hand, the gaunt ring burning hot against his finger. A moment later, the other rings responded similarly, each flaring with its distinctive magical signature. Harry? Daphne asked with concern. Before he could respond, a magical pulse swept through the Hall of Records, books trembling on their shelves, scrolls rustling as if in a phantom breeze. Harry recognized the sensation immediately. Gaunt, he said grimly. He's attempting another ritual. Closing his eyes, Harry focused on the connection he'd felt during their previous confrontation, the magical resonance Gaunt had established with the Gaunt ring. Now, with better understanding of how the rings functioned, Harry could trace this connection back to its source. He's here in the Ministry, Harry realized, opening his eyes. In the Death Chamber. The Veil Room? Hermione looked alarmed. That's one of the most magically unstable locations in Britain, a direct portal to death itself. Which makes it ideal for ritual magic requiring enormous power, Daphne concluded. We need to stop him immediately. The three of them rushed through the Department of Mysteries, following Harry's magical sense of the connection. As they approached the Death Chamber, the rings grew increasingly agitated, their magic pulsing in warning patterns against Harry's skin. They entered to find Arcturus Gaunt standing before the ancient stone archway that contained the veil, that whispering barrier between life and death that had claimed Sirius years before. Around him on the stone floor glowed an intricate ritual circle inscribed with runes of power and binding. Lord Potter, Gaunt greeted without turning, his voice echoing strangely in the chamber. Right on schedule. Step away from the veil, Gaunt, Harry commanded, drawing his wand even as he felt the rings preparing their magic for confrontation. I'm afraid I can't do that. Gaunt turned finally, revealing that his silver facial marking had expanded, now covering nearly half his face with swirling runic patterns. We're at a critical juncture, the moment when magical balance can be restored or irrevocably destroyed. By stealing the rings? Harry challenged, moving carefully down the stone steps toward the central chamber, Hermione and Daphne flanking him. Gaunt smiled, a disturbing expression given the unnatural glow emanating from his marked skin. Not stealing, reclaiming. The Gaunt family were original keepers of 3 rings, not just one. Through Slytherin's line, we safeguarded the Slytherin, Gaunt, and Nightshade rings until they were scattered by time and circumstance. Even if that's true, Hermione interjected, forcing a transfer through dark ritual magic isn't the solution to the instability. Dark? Gaunt looked almost offended. This is ancient magic, Miss Granger. Older than your arbitrary classifications of dark and light. This is the magic of balance, of rightful restoration. As they spoke, Harry noticed subtle movements in the shadows surrounding the chamber, at least 3 concealed figures positioned strategically around the room. Gaunt hadn't come alone. You've learned about the original purpose of the rings, Gaunt continued, studying Harry's expression. Good. Then you understand why they cannot remain concentrated in one bearer. The magical disruptions will only worsen until Britain's entire magical infrastructure collapses. I intend to redistribute them, Harry countered, according to the original configuration shown in Wildsmith's records. To worthy bearers who represent balanced magical approaches. And who determines worthiness? Gaunt challenged. You. The boy hero who stumbled into power beyond his comprehension. He gestured to the ritual circle. This configuration will forge a connection to all 15 rings simultaneously, allowing them to choose their own bearers based on magical affinity and bloodline connection. Bloodline, Harry repeated skeptically. Meaning the rings would go primarily to purebloods with historical claims. To those with the magical heritage to properly channel their power, Gaunt corrected. Some may indeed be purebloods. Others might surprise you. Harry felt the rings responding to the ritual circle, resonating with its intricate patterns. There was genuine ancient magic at work here, not entirely dark, but certainly dangerous in its ambition and scale. Even if your intentions are as noble as you claim, Harry said carefully, this ritual draws power from the veil between worlds. Death magic is inherently unpredictable. A calculated risk, Gaunt acknowledged. But necessary given the accelerating magical disruptions. Britain cannot afford to wait while you gradually come to terms with relinquishing your power. The accusation struck closer to home than Harry would have liked to admit. Had he been reluctant to distribute the rings partly because he'd grown accustomed to their power? The thought was uncomfortable, yet he couldn't entirely dismiss it. Before he could respond, Daphne touched his arm in warning. The shadows, she whispered. They're moving. Harry had already noticed. With subtle gestures, he used the Nightshade ring to extend his awareness into the darkness, identifying Gaunt's hidden allies, three robed figures similar to the assassin who had attacked him at Knot Manor, each bearing the same silver marking on their visible skin. "Your ritual assistants look remarkably similar," Harry observed. "Almost as if they were created rather than recruited." Something flickered across Gaunt's expression, surprised that Harry had detected his concealed allies, or perhaps at the insight itself. "Perceptive," he conceded. "They are extensions of my will, magical constructs given temporary form through alchemical binding. Necessary conduits for a ritual of this complexity." "Homunculi," Hermione breathed, recognizing the obscure branch of magic. "That's incredibly dangerous. Artificial magical beings lack the stability of natural consciousness." "A temporary measure only," Gaunt assured her. "Once the rings are properly distributed, they will return to their component elements." As they conversed, Harry subtly extended his magical senses throughout the chamber, assessing the ritual's design and purpose. The flannel ring's alchemical knowledge confirmed Hermione's analysis. The homunculi were magically created servants, bound to Gaunt through the silver markings they shared. More concerning was the ritual circle itself, which was drawing power directly from the veil to create a magical resonance with all 15 rings simultaneously. "The ritual is already underway," Harry realized, feeling the pulling sensation intensifying in his hands where the rings rested. "You activated it before we arrived." Gaunt inclined his head. "Time is of the essence. I couldn't risk further delay while magical Britain unravels around us." The veil behind Gaunt fluttered more actively now, its whispers growing louder, distant voices calling from beyond death itself. The ritual circle pulsed in rhythm with the movement, drawing energy from the boundary between worlds. Harry made his decision. "I agree the rings must be redistributed," he said, surprising Gaunt. "But not through a ritual that taps into death magic. There are safer methods described in the historical records." "Methods that would grant you control over who receives each ring," Gaunt countered. "This ritual removes human bias from the equation, allowing magic itself to determine proper succession. Or allowing you to manipulate the outcome through your design of the ritual," Harry responded. "I can't allow this to continue." With a swift motion, Harry activated the Gryffindor and Black rings simultaneously, creating a shield of protective energy that expanded outward in a golden wave. Where it passed over Gaunt's ritual circle, the runes flickered and distorted, their carefully calibrated patterns disrupted. Gaunt's face contorted with anger. "Stop. You don't understand what you're interfering with." "I understand enough," Harry replied, continuing to disrupt the ritual while simultaneously using the Nightshade ring to immobilize the homunculi lurking in the shadows. "This ends now." Gaunt's response was immediate and devastating. With a complex gesture, he activated his own ring, the crude counterpart to Harry's Gaunt ring. The silver markings across his face flared with blinding light as he channeled power directly from the veil itself. "I had hoped for cooperation," he said, his voice resonating with unnatural power. "But if force is required, so be it." The magical attack came not as a spell but as a direct assault on the rings themselves, a compelling summons that caused the Gaunt, Slytherin, and Nightshade rings to burn white-hot against Harry's skin. The pain was excruciating, the magical pull nearly irresistible as the three rings responded to Gaunt's blood connection and ritual power. Harry staggered, fighting to maintain control. The remaining 12 rings flared in defensive response, their combined magic shielding him from the worst of the assault while reinforcing his claim on the targeted three. Hermione and Daphne moved to support him, but Gaunt's homunculi had broken free of the shadow binding and now intercepted them, inhuman figures moving with unnatural speed and precision. "Harry!" Hermione called in warning as she defended herself against her attacker. Harry could barely focus through the pain of resisting Gaunt's summons. The three contested rings seemed caught between opposing claims, pulled toward Gaunt by blood right and ritual magic, held to Harry by conquest and freely given loyalty. In desperation, Harry reached for a dangerous solution. Using the Peveril ring's connection to death magic, he established his own link to the veil, not to draw power from it as Gaunt was doing, but to understand the nature of the boundary it represented. Knowledge flooded his consciousness, ancient and terrible insights into the separation between life and death, and how that boundary related to magical binding. With this understanding came clarity about what Gaunt was truly attempting. "You're not just trying to claim the rings," Harry gasped, fighting through the pain to confront Gaunt. "You're trying to bind them to your bloodline permanently, to ensure no one outside your line can ever wield them again." Gaunt's expression confirmed the accusation. "The rings belonged to Slytherin's descendants by right. Their distribution to other families was a historical aberration I intend to correct." "By corrupting their original purpose," Harry countered. "They were created to maintain balance, not to consolidate power in a single bloodline." Around them, the chamber had become a battlefield. Hermione and Daphne fought with impressive skill against the homunculi, but the artificial beings seemed impervious to standard combat spells. Meanwhile, the ritual circle continued to pulse with increasing intensity, drawing more power from the veil with each passing moment. Harry knew he had seconds to act before the ritual reached its critical phase. Drawing on all 15 rings simultaneously, he focused their combined power into a single purpose, not attacking Gaunt directly, but addressing the ritual itself. With precise magical control enhanced by the Flammel ring's alchemical knowledge, Harry identified the keystone rune in Gaunt's ritual circle, the central binding that connected the entire construct to the veil's power. Rather than trying to erase or destroy it, he used the Potter ring's transfiguration ability to subtly alter its form, changing its meaning within the larger pattern. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The ritual's energy flow reversed, power surging back toward the veil rather than flowing out to Gaunt's control. The sudden disruption created a magical backlash that threw Gaunt backward, breaking his concentration and temporarily severing his connection to the 3 rings he had been trying to claim. "No!" Gaunt cried, scrambling to regain control of the destabilized ritual. "Do you have any idea what you've done?" Harry didn't waste breath responding. With Gaunt's influence temporarily blocked, he seized the opportunity to end the conflict decisively. Combining the Ravenheart ring's air manipulation with the Emberforge's fire affinity, he created a controlled firestorm that swept through the ritual circle, burning away the carefully inscribed runes without damaging the ancient stone beneath. As the ritual collapsed, Gaunt's homunculi lost cohesion, their artificial forms dissolving into swirling silver mist that was rapidly absorbed back into the silver markings on Gaunt's skin. The man himself fell to his knees, visibly weakened by the magical backlash. "It's over, Gaunt," Harry stated, approaching cautiously with his wand still trained on the defeated ritualist. But Gaunt looked up with an expression not of defeat but of grim satisfaction. "No, Potter. It's only beginning." Before Harry could respond, the veil behind them pulsed with unnatural energy. The disrupted ritual had created unexpected consequences. The whispering voices grew louder, more insistent, and the thin barrier between worlds seemed to stretch and distort. The ritual wasn't just drawing power from the veil, Gaunt explained, his voice strained but triumphant. It was using that power to temporarily stabilize the boundary itself. By disrupting it, you've triggered exactly what I was trying to prevent, a catastrophic magical imbalance. Harry felt the truth of this through the rings, particularly the Peveril with its connection to death magic. The veil was becoming dangerously unstable, a consequence of ritual energy being abruptly redirected without proper containment. "How do we stop it?" Hermione demanded, rejoining them now that the homunculi had disappeared. Gaunt's laugh held no humor. "You can't, not completely. The disruption will cascade through Britain's magical network, creating disturbances far worse than anything experienced so far." "There must be a way," Harry insisted, the rings pulsing urgently against his skin as if trying to communicate critical information. Gaunt struggled to his feet, swaying slightly from magical exhaustion. "There is one possibility. The rings must be properly distributed, placed at their designated locations according to the original configuration. Only then can they re-establish the balance that's been disrupted." "Convenient that your solution matches your original goal," Daphne observed skeptically. "Not my original goal," Gaunt corrected. "I wanted the Slytherin line rings returned to my control." What's needed now is full distribution according to the ancient pattern, which would still leave you with several rings, Potter, just not all 15. Harry studied the man carefully, using the Stormcaller ring's empathic abilities to sense his emotional state. Despite his obvious exhaustion, Gaunt was genuinely concerned about the magical instability. His fear for Britain's magical infrastructure appeared genuine. If I were to consider distribution, Harry said carefully, it would be to bearers I trust, not to random claimants or your homunculi. There's no time for ideal candidates, Gaunt countered urgently. The Veil's disruption is already spreading. You need to at least separate the rings immediately to reduce the concentrated power causing the instability. As if confirming his warning, the chamber trembled, a magical shockwave emanating from the Veil and rippling outward. In the distance, alarms began to sound throughout the Department of Mysteries as sensors detected the growing anomaly. Harry made his decision. Hermione, contact Kingsley. Explain what's happening and have him evacuate the Ministry as a precaution. He turned to Daphne. Find Ron and Bill, we'll need them if we're going to attempt a controlled distribution. And him? Daphne asked, nodding toward Gaunt. Harry considered for a moment. He comes with us. We'll need his knowledge of the ritual and its consequences. Gaunt looked surprised but nodded in agreement. A wise choice, Potter. Perhaps you're more suited to those rings than I initially believed. Within the hour, they had assembled a crisis council in the secure ritual room beneath Grimmauld Place, a space Harry hadn't even known existed until the Black Ring had revealed it to him 3 days earlier. Unlike the Black family's darker ritual chambers, this room had been designed for positive magical workings, its walls inscribed with protective runes and its floor inlaid with a golden pattern that enhanced stability rather than disruption. Present were Harry, Hermione, Ron, Bill, Fleur, Daphne, and a heavily guarded Arcturus Gaunt. On the central table lay Wildsmith's map showing the 15 intersection points where the rings were meant to be positioned. The situation is deteriorating rapidly, Bill reported, having just returned from checking with his Gringotts contacts. Magical disturbances have been reported in 17 locations across Britain in the past hour alone. The goblins have sealed their deepest vaults as a precaution. The Department of Mysteries confirms the disturbances are following ley line patterns, Hermione added. Exactly as we'd expect if the Veil disruption is propagating through Britain's magical network. Harry studied the map intently. According to this, the rings should be distributed at specific locations across Britain. But Gaunt suggested we need to separate them immediately, even before they can be transported to these sites. The concentration of all 15 in one bearer is the immediate danger, Gaunt confirmed. Physical distribution to their proper locations is optimal but can be accomplished in stages. The urgent need is magical separation. How exactly do we achieve that without simply removing them? Fleur asked, her accent more pronounced under stress. If Harry takes them off, they would still be connected to him magically, none. Not if they're transferred to suitable temporary bearers through proper ritual, Gaunt explained. Bearers who would serve as custodians until permanent solutions can be identified. The implication was clear, Harry would need to entrust some of the rings to his companions immediately. The question was which rings, and to whom. I can't distribute all 15 at once, Harry decided after studying the map further. Some need to remain with me to coordinate the overall stabilization. But 7 could be transferred immediately to reduce the concentrated power to manageable levels. 7 is magically significant, Bill noted. A strong number for binding rituals. Harry nodded, having already determined which rings could be most safely separated. The Potter, Black, Gryffindor, and Slytherin rings should remain with me for now, they're the most powerful and have adapted most completely to my magic. The Peveril as well, given its connection to death magic which will need to monitor the Veil disruption. That leaves 10 for distribution, Ron calculated. 3 of which should rightfully return to the Gaunt line, Arcturus interjected, though his tone was more matter-of-fact than demanding. Harry gave him a measured look. That's not happening today. Not until we've verified your identity and intentions more thoroughly. Instead, Harry outlined a different distribution. Hermione would take the Flammel ring, her analytical abilities aligned perfectly with its alchemical knowledge. Ron would receive the Emberforge, his strategic thinking combined with its fire affinity would create a powerful protective combination. Bill would take the Silver Bane, enhancing his already formidable curse-breaking abilities. Fleur the Dawn Rose, complementing her natural Vela perception. Daphne the Raven Heart, given her diplomatic skills and its connection to communication magics. That's 5, Hermione noted. Who gets the other 2? Neville would be ideal for the Winterwood, Harry continued. His natural affinity for plants would be exponentially enhanced. And Luna for the Moonshadow, her unique perspective aligns with its harmonizing abilities. Neither of whom are here, Ron pointed out. We can perform a remote transfer for those 2 once the initial separation is complete, Bill suggested. It's complex magic but possible with the proper binding rituals. As they discussed the technical details, Harry found himself experiencing unexpected reluctance. The rational part of him knew this distribution was necessary, that the magical disturbances would continue worsening without it. Yet some deeper instinct resisted the idea of surrendering any of the rings, even to his closest friends. He wondered if this was the rings themselves influencing him, their magic reluctant to be separated after finding a single bearer capable of channeling all 15. Or perhaps it was simpler human nature, the difficulty of relinquishing power once experienced. The debate was cut short by a magical tremor that shook the entire house, a wave of unstable energy rippling through London's magical infrastructure. We're out of time, Gaunt stated grimly. The disruption is accelerating faster than I anticipated. Harry made his decision. We perform the transfer ritual immediately. The 5 of you will accept temporary custodianship of your designated rings. Once that's complete, we'll establish remote connections to Neville and Luna. The ritual itself was surprisingly straightforward, an ancient ceremony of transfer that the Black Ring's knowledge revealed had been used for generations when passing lordships to worthy heirs or temporary regents. Each recipient stood in position around the ritual circle as Harry removed the designated ring from his finger and spoke the formal words of transference. By right of lordship and magical authority, I entrust the Flammel ring to Hermione Jean Granger, to hold in faithful custodianship until proper balance is restored or permanent transfer ordained. As Hermione accepted the ring and placed it on her finger, a visible strand of golden light stretched between her and Harry, maintaining the connection between all rings while allowing for separate bearers. The magic felt right, natural, as if the rings themselves approved of this distribution. One by one, Harry transferred the designated rings to Ron, Bill, Fleur, and Daphne. With each transfer, he felt a subtle lightening, not a loss of power exactly, but a rebalancing, a sharing of the burden he'd been carrying alone. When the 5th transfer was complete, the change was immediately noticeable. The oppressive magical pressure that had been building throughout London diminished significantly. The rings remaining on Harry's fingers, Potter, Black, Gryffindor, Slytherin, Peveril, and 5 others pending further distribution, felt more comfortably balanced, their magics flowing more harmoniously. It's working, Bill confirmed, examining the magical sensors he'd placed around the room. The disturbance pattern is stabilizing. Not completely resolved, but the catastrophic escalation has halted. Harry felt both relief and a strange sense of loss. The distributed rings maintained their connection to him through the golden threads of magic, but their direct power was now shared among trusted friends. It was the right decision, the necessary decision, yet he couldn't entirely suppress the feeling that he had surrendered something essential. What happens now? Ron asked, examining the Emberforge ring on his finger with a mixture of awe and trepidation. Now we begin the second phase, Harry explained. Establishing the proper geographic distribution according to the original configuration. Each ring needs to be physically present at its designated intersection point at least temporarily to re-establish the full magical network. A magical pilgrimage, Hermione mused, already adapting to the Flammel ring's influence as scholarly knowledge flowed through their connection. Retracing the steps of the original founding families to restore what's been disrupted. Gaunt, who had remained silent throughout the ritual, finally spoke. "You surprise me, Potter. I didn't expect you to willingly surrender any of the rings, even temporarily. Unlike some, I recognize that power is a means, not an end," Harry replied, though even as he spoke, he wasn't entirely certain the statement was true. Had he clung to the rings longer than necessary? Had his campaign against Death Eater families become something more personal than justice required? These uncomfortable questions would need to wait. For now, they had achieved a critical first step in stabilizing Britain's magical infrastructure, redistributing 7 of the 15 rings to reduce the dangerous concentration of power. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, contacting Neville and Luna, planning the geographical restoration, and continuing to monitor the remaining magical disturbances. But for the first time since claiming all 15 rings, Harry felt he was moving toward a sustainable solution rather than merely responding to escalating crises. As his friends examined their new rings and discussed the sensations of connecting to ancient family magics, Harry stepped away briefly, needing a moment alone. In a quiet corner of the ritual room, he studied the 8 rings that remained on his fingers, still formidable power, still a greater concentration than any wizard had held in centuries, but no longer the overwhelming force that had threatened magical stability. The question that troubled him now was whether he could complete his campaign against Voldemort's supporters with this reduced power. The Selwyns had been dealt with, as had the Yaxleys, Parkinsons, Knotts, and Averys. But others remained, families that had supported the Dark Lord financially or politically while maintaining plausible deniability. Would 8 rings be sufficient to hold them accountable? Or had he become too dependent on overwhelming force rather than strategic thinking? As if responding to his thoughts, the remaining rings pulsed gently against his skin, a reminder that even diminished, their combined power remained formidable. Perhaps this forced reduction was precisely what he needed, a return to more measured approaches rather than simply overwhelming opposition through sheer magical might. The realization was humbling but necessary. In pursuing justice against those who had supported Voldemort, Harry had begun to adopt methods that resembled their own, using concentrated power to reshape society according to his vision, however benevolent that vision might be. The ring's redistribution offered not just magical stability but a philosophical correction, a reminder that true reform required shared power and diverse perspectives, not a single arbiter of justice, however well-intentioned. With this understanding came a sense of clarity that had been lacking in recent days. The path forward would be more collaborative but potentially more effective for that very reason. Each ring-bearer would bring their unique perspective to the remaining challenges, creating solutions Harry might never have considered alone. "Harry," Hermione called, breaking his reverie. "We've established contact with Neville and Luna. They've agreed to accept the rings." Harry nodded, returning to the group with renewed purpose. "Then let's complete the distribution and begin planning the restoration. We have a magical network to rebuild." As the ritual continued into the night, beyond the walls of Grimmauld Place, the magical disturbances across Britain gradually diminished, not disappearing entirely, but stabilizing into manageable patterns that would allow for systematic restoration. The 15 rings, partially redistributed among worthy bearers, had taken the first step toward re-establishing the ancient balance that had protected magical Britain for centuries. For Harry Potter, the journey was far from over. Justice for Voldemort's supporters remained unfinished business. But perhaps the greatest lesson of the rings was one he was only beginning to truly understand, that power shared was not power diminished, but power transformed into something potentially greater than the sum of its parts. The following morning brought unexpected visitors to Grimmauld Place, not threats or ministry officials, but a delegation of Hogwarts students led by Theodore Nott, with Blaise Zabini and Astoria Greengrass flanking him. Their arrival coincided with the Daily Prophet's front-page coverage of Harry's campaign against pureblood families, complete with dramatic accounts of the Selwyn financial collapse and the Yaxley production reforms. Harry received them in the formal drawing room, conscious that his reduced complement of 8 rings still projected considerable authority. Daphne joined him, her new Ravenheart ring occasionally emitting soft pulses of silvery light as she positioned herself between Harry and her younger sister. Lord Potter, Theodore greeted him with formal correctness. Thank you for agreeing to meet with us. I was intrigued by your request, Harry replied, studying the young man carefully. The Slytherin ring provided insights into Theodore's emotional state, nervous determination overlaid with genuine concern. What brings the heirs of 3 prominent families to my door? Theodore straightened his shoulders. We represent not just our own families, but a coalition of young purebloods who find themselves in an impossible position. Our parents and grandparents supported the Dark Lord. Some from conviction, others from coercion or opportunism. Now we face the consequences of their choices. That's the nature of inherited privilege, Harry observed. Benefits pass down through generations. So do responsibilities. We don't dispute that, Blaise Zabini interjected smoothly. But there's a difference between accountability and collective punishment. Astoria stepped forward, her resemblance to Daphne striking despite being 2 years younger. My father remained neutral during both wars, yet our family investments have been affected by the collapse of Selwyn Financial. Dozens of families face similar collateral damage, including those who actively opposed Voldemort. Harry considered this, feeling Daphne's attention on him. Her silence suggested she was curious about his response rather than inclined to intervene. What exactly are you proposing? Harry asked. A differentiated approach, Theodore answered. One that distinguishes between active Death Eater supporters and those who were peripheral or uninvolved. Between irredeemable families and those capable of reform. Like the arrangement you made with my uncle, he continued. The knot business is being restructured rather than destroyed. My mother's health is being treated with resources you provided. That approach acknowledges wrongdoing while creating a path forward. Harry leaned forward slightly. And you believe your coalition deserves similar consideration? We believe in proportional justice, Blaise clarified. Reparations where appropriate. Reforms where needed. But not wholesale destruction of family legacies that predate Voldemort by centuries and will continue long after our generation. It was a reasonable argument, one that aligned with the more nuanced understanding Harry had been developing since redistributing the rings. Yet he wondered if he would have been as receptive to it days earlier, when all 15 rings had intensified his sense of righteous purpose. What specifically are you requesting? Harry asked. Theodore produced a rolled parchment from his robes. A charter for what we're calling the Reformation Alliance. Young heirs committed to acknowledging past wrongs while building a more equitable future. We're proposing a structured approach to reparations, business reforms, and political realignment, voluntary changes rather than forced dismantling. Harry accepted the document, scanning it quickly. The proposal was surprisingly sophisticated, clearly the work of multiple contributors with diverse perspectives. It acknowledged the justice of holding Voldemort supporters accountable while establishing guidelines for distinguishing degrees of culpability and appropriate consequences. This is thoughtful, Harry acknowledged, genuinely impressed. Though I question whether all the families listed would actually comply with these terms. Those who refuse would face the consequences you've already demonstrated, Blaise said pragmatically. But many would prefer reform to destruction, especially when proposed by their own heirs rather than imposed externally. And what role do you envision for me in this alliance? Harry asked. Oversight initially, Theodore explained. Your approval would legitimize our efforts. Eventually, partnership as we work toward the same ultimate goal, a magical Britain where blood status no longer determines opportunity. The conversation continued for nearly an hour as they discussed specific families, proposed reforms, and implementation timelines. Throughout, Harry found himself increasingly receptive to their approach, not as a replacement for holding Death Eater supporters accountable, but as a complementary strategy that acknowledged the complexity of inherited responsibility. When the young heirs departed, carrying Harry's conditional endorsement of their charter, Daphne remained thoughtfully silent for several moments. That went differently than I expected, she finally commented. A week ago, you might have dismissed their proposal outright. Harry nodded, examining the remaining rings on his fingers. A week ago, I might have. The rings, intensified certain aspects of my thinking. My sense of justice, certainly, but also my certainty in my own judgment. And now? Now I'm less certain but perhaps more balanced. Harry met her gaze directly. Was I too harsh before? Too absolute in my approach? Daphne considered the question carefully. You were necessary, she said finally. The decisive action against families like the Parkinsons created the conditions where reform became a viable alternative to destruction. Fear is a powerful motivator. But justice requires more than fear. For lasting change, people need paths to redemption, not just punishment. She touched her own ring thoughtfully. I think the redistribution has benefited you as much as it has stabilized the magic. Harry couldn't disagree. The partial separation had created space for reflection that had been difficult to achieve while bearing the full weight of 15 lordships. The remaining rings still granted him exceptional power and insight, but without the overwhelming sense of purpose that had sometimes bordered on zealotry. There's something else we need to discuss, Daphne continued, her expression growing more serious. My father has been investigating Arcturus Gaunt as you requested. His findings are concerning. How so? There's no record of an Arcturus Gaunt in any family registry, magical or muggle, within the last 2 centuries. The Eastern European branch he claims to descend from appears to be entirely fictional. She hesitated before adding, but there are references to an Arcturus in certain obscure texts concerning the original formation of the Wizengamot, not as a person, but as a title. Harry's interest sharpened. What kind of title? A designation for the keeper of magical balance, a position that supposedly existed before the ministry itself. Someone who monitored the distribution and use of founding family magics to prevent concentration of power. The implication was clear and disturbing. You're suggesting our Arcturus Gaunt is not a distant relative of Voldemort at all, but someone who has assumed this ancient title. And possibly created a false identity to go with it, Daphne confirmed. Which raises serious questions about his true motives and identity. Harry recalled Gaunt's behavior during their confrontations, his extensive knowledge of the rings, his apparent concern for magical stability, his creation of homunculi servants. None of it aligned with the profile of a distant Gaunt relative simply seeking to reclaim family heirlooms. We need to question him more thoroughly, Harry decided. He's being held in the secure room below the kitchen. Before he could continue, the house shook with a powerful magical tremor, far stronger than the disturbances they'd experienced previously. Plaster dust drifted from the ceiling, and the ancient chandelier swayed dangerously. That wasn't a normal disturbance, Harry said, already moving toward the door. The rings would have sensed it building. They rushed downstairs to find Creature waiting in the entrance hall, his ancient face creased with concern. Master Harry. The prisoner has escaped. Strange magic broke through the wards from outside the house. Harry felt the ring's pulse in warning as he extended his magical senses through Grimmauld Place. The secure room where Arcturus Gaunt had been held was indeed empty, its powerful containment wards not broken but somehow bypassed entirely. How is that possible? Daphne asked, drawing her wand. Those were black family wards reinforced by your lordship rings. Someone helped him from outside, Harry realized. Someone with access to magic that could penetrate even these protections. Another tremor shook the house, stronger than the first. Through the windows, they could see an unnatural darkness gathering in the sky above London, not storm clouds but something more ominous, a swirling distortion in reality itself. The veiled disruption is worsening, Harry said grimly. Despite the ring redistribution. Hermione and Ron arrived moments later, having felt the disturbance from Ron's flat several blocks away. Both wore their respective rings, which glowed with protective magic in response to the growing threat. What's happening? Hermione demanded. The ring distribution should have stabilized the magical network. It did, temporarily, Harry replied. But Gaunt has escaped, likely with outside help. I think the disturbances were never just about the concentration of rings in one bearer. There's something more at work here. As if confirming his suspicion, a Patronus materialized in the entrance hall, a phoenix that spoke with Kingsley's voice, emergency at the ministry. The veil in the death chamber has become unstable. Magical disturbances reported throughout Britain. All available ring-bearers requested immediately. Harry exchanged glances with his friends, decision made. Contact Bill and Fleur, he instructed Ron. Hermione, see if you can reach Neville and Luna, we need all 7 distributed rings present if we're going to address this properly. And Gaunt? Daphne asked. I suspect we'll find him at the center of whatever's happening, Harry replied grimly. The question is whether he's trying to stop it or cause it. Within the hour, they had assembled at the ministry, all 7 temporary ring-bearers plus Harry with his remaining 8. The building had been evacuated except for essential personnel, and the Department of Mysteries was under lockdown as the disturbances continued to intensify. The veil has changed, Kingsley reported as he escorted them toward the death chamber. It's expanded somehow, becoming more permeable. The unspeakables have never seen anything like it. When they entered the chamber, Harry immediately understood the minister's concern. The ancient stone archway that had previously contained a tattered veil now framed what appeared to be a writhing portal of darkness, a tear in reality that pulsed and expanded with each passing moment. Standing before it was Arcturus Gaunt, though he looked markedly different from when they had last seen him. The silver markings had spread to cover most of his visible skin, giving him an otherworldly appearance. Beside him stood 3 figures that resembled his homunculi servants but more fully formed, more independent in their movements. Welcome, ring-bearers, Gaunt greeted them without turning from his contemplation of the portal. You've arrived just in time to witness the restoration. Restoration of what exactly? Harry demanded, the rings on his fingers heating in response to the powerful magic permeating the chamber. Now Gaunt did turn, revealing eyes that glowed with the same silver light as his skin markings. Of the original magical covenant that bound Britain's ley lines into harmony. The covenant that was broken when the 15 founding families began hoarding their power rather than serving as its stewards. You're not really Arcturus Gaunt, are you? Hermione challenged, the flannel ring on her finger pulsing with analytical insight. Arcturus is a title, not a name, he acknowledged. Though Gaunt blood does flow in my veins, diluted by centuries but sufficient for my purpose. Which is? Bill pressed, the silver bane ring enhancing his natural cursebreaker's sensitivity to ancient magic. To reset Britain's magical foundation, Arcturus explained, gesturing toward the portal. The disruption caused by Potter's concentration of the rings created an opportunity, a weakening in the barriers that normally prevent such fundamental restructuring. Harry studied the portal with growing concern, using the Peveril ring's connection to death magic to understand what he was seeing. That's not just the veil anymore. You've expanded it into something else, a gateway to the source of magic itself. Perceptive, Arcturus acknowledged. The veil has always been misunderstood, not simply a barrier between life and death, but a thin point between mundane reality and the primordial magic that underlies it. By temporarily destabilizing that barrier, we can access the original magical covenant that created Britain's network of ley lines and family magics. We? Daphne questioned sharply. Arcturus gestured to his 3 companions. My fellow keepers. For centuries we have watched as the founding families corrupted their original purpose, using the rings for personal power rather than collective harmony. The implication was staggering, that there existed some kind of magical oversight group that had operated in secret for centuries, monitoring the use of founding family magic. If you're truly concerned with magical balance, Ron challenged, why didn't you intervene during Voldemort's rise? Or Grindelwald's before him? Those were political conflicts, concerning but ultimately self-correcting through normal historical processes, Arcturus replied dismissively. What Potter inadvertently triggered by uniting all 15 rings was a fundamental magical instability that threatened the entire foundation. And your solution is to, what? Rewrite the magical covenant? Hermione asked skeptically. To restore it to its original parameters, Arcturus corrected. removing the corruptions and exceptions that have accumulated over centuries as families manipulated the ley lines to favor their own territories and interests. Harry felt the truth in these words through the rings themselves, each containing memories of how their respective families had indeed modified the original magical network to enhance their own power, often at the expense of the collective harmony. A reset to first principles, Harry murmured, understanding dawning. That's what the rings have been trying to accomplish all along, not just redistributing themselves, but purging centuries of accumulated manipulations. Precisely, Arcturus confirmed, something like respect crossing his transformed features. Your concentrated wearing of all 15 revealed these corruptions by magnifying them to the point of instability. Now we can correct them permanently. At what cost? Fleur asked sharply, her Vila heritage making her particularly sensitive to magical disruptions. Such fundamental changes to Britain's magical foundation would have consequences. Temporary discomfort for some, Arcturus acknowledged. Particularly those whose power derives from the corrupted network rather than natural magical ability. But ultimately, a more equitable distribution of magical resources throughout Britain. It was a seductive vision, a restoration of balance that aligned with Harry's own desire for a more just magical society. Yet something felt wrong about the methods, about Arcturus himself and these mysterious keepers who had remained hidden for centuries only to emerge now. Why should we trust you? Harry asked directly. You've lied about your identity, created artificial servants, and manipulated events from the shadows. Those aren't the actions of someone committed to transparency and balance. Arcturus smiled, an unsettling expression on his silver-marked face. Trust is irrelevant. The process has already begun. The 15 rings are present, though distributed. The veil has been expanded into a proper gateway. All that remains is the final alignment. With those words, he made a complex gesture with both hands. The silver markings on his skin flared blindingly bright as the three keepers moved to equidistant positions around the portal. Before anyone could react, bands of silver light shot forth from their outstretched hands, encircling each ring-bearer in a constraining field of magic. What are you doing? Kingsley demanded, raising his wand only to find it ineffective against the silver barriers. Harnessing the rings' combined power through their bearers, Arcturus explained calmly. Don't resist, this isn't intended to harm you. You are simply conduits for the restoration. Harry felt the magic pulling at his rings, not trying to remove them but drawing on their power in a way that bypassed his conscious control. Around him, his friends experienced the same, their rings glowing intensely as energy flowed from them toward the portal, which expanded further with each passing moment. Through the Peveril ring's unique connection to boundaries between worlds, Harry gained insight into what was actually happening. Arcturus wasn't simply restoring the original covenant, he was rewriting it entirely, establishing a new magical order with the keepers at its center rather than the founding families. You're not restoring, Harry accused, fighting against the silver bonds. You're replacing one form of control with another, yours. Arcturus's expression hardened. The founding families proved themselves unworthy stewards over centuries. The keepers have maintained magical balance from the shadows long enough. It's time for direct governance. The portal pulsed ominously as more power flowed into it from the captive ring-bearers. Through their connection, Harry could feel his friends struggling similarly against the draining magic, each ring being used to reshape a specific aspect of Britain's magical foundation. In this moment of crisis, Harry made a decision that would have been unthinkable weeks earlier. Instead of fighting against the draining magic, he deliberately relinquished his hold on the 8 rings he still possessed, not surrendering them to Arcturus, but temporarily releasing his conscious control over their power. Harry, what are you doing? Hermione called in alarm, sensing the change through her connected ring. Trusting the rings themselves, Harry replied, focusing his will not on restraining their power but on directing its purpose. They know their true function better than either Arcturus or I. It was a tremendous gamble, releasing such powerful magic without imposing his own intention upon it. But Harry had come to understand that the rings weren't merely tools or weapons to be wielded. They were conscious magical artifacts with their own purpose, their own understanding of the balance they had been created to maintain. "Stop him!" Arcturus commanded his keepers, recognizing the danger in Harry's approach. "Restrain the Potter rings specifically." But it was too late. The 8 rings on Harry's fingers flared with blinding light as their unrestrained magic combined with the 7 worn by his friends. Rather than flowing into Arcturus's portal as he had intended, the magic formed new connections between the 15 ring-bearers, golden threads of power that bypassed the silver restraints entirely. "What is this?" Arcturus demanded, his carefully constructed ritual beginning to unravel as the rings asserted their own ancient purpose. Through the golden connections, Harry felt something extraordinary, direct communication with the consciousness embedded within each ring. Not words exactly, but pure magical intent, memories of their creation, understanding of their true purpose. The rings had indeed been created to maintain magical balance across Britain, but not through external control by keepers or any other oversight group. Their purpose was to connect their bearers in a network of mutual support and limitation, a magical democracy rather than a hierarchy. With this understanding came power, not the overwhelming force Harry had experienced when wearing all 15, but a different kind of strength born from willing collaboration between separate bearers. Through their golden connections, all 15 rings synchronized their purpose while maintaining their individual characteristics. This is what the rings were meant to do, Harry realized aloud. Not concentrate power but distribute it while maintaining unity of purpose. Around them, the chamber trembled as 2 competing magical systems battled for dominance, Arcturus's silver network of control versus the ring's golden web of cooperation. The portal fluctuated wildly, expanding and contracting as the conflicting energies affected its stability. "You don't understand what you're interfering with," Arcturus shouted, his silver markings pulsing erratically. "Centuries of planning, of waiting for the right moment to restore proper oversight." "That's where you're wrong," Harry countered, feeling the combined wisdom of the rings flowing through him. The rings were never meant to be overseen by external keepers. They were designed to balance each other through their bearers' interactions. With a surge of coordinated will, all 15 ring-bearers directed their combined magic against the silver restraints. The bonds shattered like glass, freeing them from Arcturus's control. Simultaneously, the golden web between them strengthened, forming a protective barrier around the group. Arcturus and his keepers reacted immediately, channeling silver energy directly from the portal in a devastating magical assault. The attack crashed against the golden barrier with tremendous force, creating magical shockwaves that rippled throughout the chamber. "We need to close the portal," Bill shouted above the magical tumult. "It's becoming dangerously unstable." Harry nodded in agreement, feeling the same concern through the Peveril ring's connection to the boundary magic. "Form a circle around it," he commanded. "Each of us focusing our ring-specific affinity toward containment." The 15 ring-bearers moved into position, arranging themselves in the same pattern shown on Wildsmith's ancient map, a geometric configuration that aligned with Britain's major ley line intersections. As they took their places, the golden web between them shifted, adapting to the new formation. "On my mark," Harry instructed, "direct your ring's power toward the portal, not fighting it, but guiding it back to its original state as the veil." Arcturus and his keepers attempted to interrupt the formation, but found themselves unable to break through the golden barrier now surrounding the ring-bearers. Their silver magic flared and sputtered against it, increasingly erratic as the portal they had created began to destabilize. "Now!" Harry commanded. 15 distinct magical signatures converged on the portal, each ring contributing its unique affinity to the restoration of proper boundaries. The Potter ring's transfiguration magic helped reshape the portal's physical structure. The black ring's protection magic reinforced the natural barriers between worlds. The Flammel ring's alchemical knowledge guided the transformation process. Each ring added its specific contribution, working in harmony rather than competition. The combined effect was both powerful and precise, a magical surgery rather than brute force, restoring the natural boundaries that Arcturus had deliberately weakened. The portal contracted, its writhing darkness condensing back toward the stone archway that had originally contained it. As it shrank, Arcturus and his keepers grew visibly weaker, their silver markings fading as the power source they had been drawing from diminished. "You don't know what you're preventing," Arcturus cried, his voice losing its otherworldly resonance. "The old families will simply corrupt the network again." "Not this time," Harry replied with certainty born from the ring's combined wisdom. "Because this time, the rings will remain properly distributed, connected but separate, as they were meant to be." With a final surge of coordinated power, the 15 ring-bearers completed the restoration. The expanded portal collapsed back into the simple veil it had been, the mysterious boundary between life and death restored to its proper form and function. As the magic settled, Arcturus and his keepers seemed to diminish, their enhanced forms fading until they appeared as ordinary wizards, the silver markings receding to small sigils on their wrists or necks. "Aurors, secure them," Kingsley ordered, magical restraints ready. Arcturus looked at Harry not with hatred but with weary resignation. "You think you've prevented a catastrophe, but you've merely preserved a flawed system. The founding families corrupted their purpose once, they will do so again." "Perhaps," Harry acknowledged. "But this time, the rings will be held by people who understand their true purpose. Not lords seeking power, but stewards maintaining balance." As the Aurors led Arcturus and his keepers away, the 15 ring-bearers remained in their circular formation, the golden connections between them still visible and pulsing with harmonized power. "What happens now?" Ron asked, examining the Emberforge ring on his finger with new understanding of its purpose. "Now we complete what we started," Harry replied. "The physical distribution of the rings to their proper locations according to Wildsmith's map, re-establishing the original network as it was meant to function." "And after that?" Daphne questioned. "Do we simply return to our lives with these ancient artifacts of power?" Harry considered this, feeling the ring's response through their connected web. "I think that's exactly what we do, live our lives while serving as ring-bearers. Not ruling from above but participating from within, maintaining balance through our everyday choices and interactions." It was a profound shift from his original conception when he had first claimed all 15 rings, from lordship to stewardship, from control to cooperation. The human cost he had observed during his campaign against Death Eater families now seemed both more significant and more addressable through this new understanding. As they prepared to leave the Department of Mysteries, Harry felt something he hadn't experienced since before claiming the rings, a sense of being fully himself again, neither diminished nor artificially enhanced but simply Harry Potter, now serving as bearer of certain rings not because he sought their power but because he accepted their responsibility. The magical disturbances across Britain had already begun to subside as news of the ring's proper distribution spread through the magical network. What remained was the work of healing, not just the magical infrastructure but the social wounds that had enabled Voldemort's rise in the first place. It would be challenging work, requiring both justice and mercy in proper measure. But for the first time since the Battle of Hogwarts, Harry felt truly equipped for that challenge, not because he commanded overwhelming power, but because he understood the value of balanced authority shared among worthy bearers. The 15 rings, reunited in purpose though distributed in presence, gleamed with quiet approval as their bearers stepped forward into that future, a future where blood and gold would serve the common good rather than dividing the magical world. Chapter 4, The Last Lord. The wizarding economy collapses as Harry targets the most powerful families, Malfoy, Selwyn, and Yaxley. Arcturus Gaunt steals 3 rings and plans to reshape magic itself. The true history of the rings is revealed, they were created as safeguards rather than weapons. Harry assembles a coalition of magical beings and reformed purebloods for a final confrontation at the Ministry of Magic. After defeating Gaunt, Harry makes the crucial decision to distribute the rings among worthy bearers rather than claim ultimate power himself. A new magical order emerges based on merit rather than blood status, with Harry and Daphne symbolizing the union of old and new wizarding traditions. This outline creates a comprehensive and detailed plan for a 4-chapter Harry Potter fanfiction novel that fulfills the requested elements: strong, competent protagonist shown through action, natural romance development between Harry and Daphne, varied chapter challenges, political intrigue, magical battles, moral dilemmas, large-scale threats, complex, believable antagonists with real motivations show don't-tell approach to Harry's abilities and character fast-paced storytelling with natural scene transitions and escalating subplot involving the ring's true nature and Arcturus Gaunt. Each chapter has a unique focus while maintaining the overall narrative thread of Harry using the rings to dismantle Voldemort's support structure and ultimately reform magical Britain. What if Lord Harry Potter used his 15 ancient rings to bankrupt every pureblood family that supported Voldemort? Detailed story outline and chapter breakdown. Overall premise: after the Battle of Hogwarts, Harry Potter discovers he's inherited lordships of 15 ancient magical houses through conquest, inheritance, and magical right. Rather than seeking conventional revenge against Voldemort's supporters, Harry wields his newfound financial and political power to systematically dismantle the economic foundations of pureblood supremacy, targeting families that supported the Dark Lord. As he grows into his power, Harry must confront the corrupting influence of the rings themselves while navigating complex political alliances and a growing relationship with an unexpected ally. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.